Well, if you're still enjoying the networking tea break, just a friendly reminder to kindly make your way back into the conference facility. We do have quite a jam-packed final leg of this first day of the summit. So, once again, friendly boarding call to all delegates. Kindly join us in the conference facility so we can kick off the show and you don't miss a heartbeat. Thank you for your kind attention. Thanks, Mr. DJ. Final boarding call to return to the conference room. Kindly join us this side so we can continue with the program. Thank you for your kind attention. Well, if you're still enjoying your networking break and tea break, you are urgently but very kindly reminded to kindly return to the promised land. There are aspects of this program that require for all of us to be in the room to witness that very important moment. Just trust me when I say so. So please, kindly make your way back into the room. We are standing by for the presentations that are going to be taking place on the other side of tea break. I see you coming in. Thank you so much. We appreciate you understanding the urgency of this very friendly invitation. Final call for flight BTIS 2023, boarding now in the conference facility. Please join us. This is your captain. Thank you for your kind attention. My esteemed colleagues from the Botswana Tourism Organization, this is just to say thank you to you for assisting me in ensuring that all our delegates are swiftly making their way into the conference facility. As you are very aware, there's an aspect of our program that requires military precision by way of timing, particularly because it is hybrid. So once again, thank you to all my dear friends. Thank you to my esteemed client, BTO, for ensuring that our delegates are making their way back into the conference facility. Claudia and Carmen are looking forward to engaging with you, as is our hybrid guest. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Once again, Team BTO, ke a leboga ditsala tsa me gore be le ntse le nthusa ka ko le gore sa baeng ka kwano, ke a le leboga. Well, as we settle into the conference facility, allow me to take this opportunity to say a quick hello to my esteemed colleagues, Claudia, as well as Carmen. And just to say, ladies, thank you so much for your kind gestures and conversations. Really looking forward to witnessing your presentations. I will, however, remind you to please keep in mind that there is an aspect of today's program that must happen with military precision at 12 noon. That is to say, there's a possibility that we may break or take a moment or a detour from the presentation on the ministerial panel to swiftly engage with the hybrid engagement that will be moderated by Ian. That is to say that, Ian, there's a possibility that at some point during the ministerial panel, we will invite you to come and detour us and take us all the way to Dubai. And then we will hand back to Carmen, and then she will continue and wrap up the ministerial panel, following which Ian will return to conclude his moderation. Thank you so much for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still in the foyer for networking and tea break, rest assured you will have an opportunity to further connect at lunchtime and dinner, as well as other engagements scheduled for this week. For now, however, it is now almost time for us to receive a word by the Regional Director, Southern Africa, International Finance Corporation. In a few seconds, I shall be inviting her to take the podium. Shortly after that, we will be getting into the ministerial panel, Botswana leveraging on its strategic location to facilitate cooperation and investment in tourism in the region. This ministerial panel will be moderated by Carmen Roberts, travel writer and presenter and broadcaster with the BBC. And of course, this will feature a video speech by a member of the European Parliament. And shortly before we continue with Carmen's panel, we will then invite Ian Golding to come and take us to Dubai from right here in Botswana, and we will continue with the program otherwise. Thank you for your kind attention. Do stand by. It's almost time for Claudia's address.
Today,
time is it? I need a picture with my minister. Welcome back. Thank you so much for returning to the second leg of this first day of the Botswana Tourism Investment Summit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is quite a privilege indeed to receive at the podium the Regional Director, Southern Africa International Finance Corporation. Her name is Claudia Koinsikau, and she now joins me on the podium to speak with us. Let's receive her with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Hi, Claudia. Thank you so much. I tried just the name. Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. Dumelang. I would like to start by recognizing the presence of the Honorable Vice President who was with us this morning, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again, and Dumelang. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural Botswana Tourism Investment Summit 2023. My name is Claudia Conceição. I am the Regional Director for IFC in Southern Africa, based out of Johannesburg. For the ones that don't know IFC, IFC, International Financial Corporation, is a member of the World Bank Group. We are the largest global development finance institution that focuses on private sector in developing countries with a strong presence in Africa, including Botswana. In Botswana, we are working with the government, the private sector, development partners, and other stakeholders to design a strategy to support economic and social development that creates jobs and opportunities. Part of this work includes supporting Botswana's important tourism sector, which has much potential for growth. The sector is already a major contributor to Botswana's economy and attracts tourists from around the world, drawn to the natural beauty in places such as the Okavango Delta, Chobe National Park, and the Kalahari. This impact and potential are clear in Botswana, where tourism is the country's most important service industry, representing almost 60% of Botswana service exports directly and indirectly, contributing 9.6% to its GDP in 2019. In the same year, the sector accounted for 8.4% of total employment in Botswana. A strong tourism sector stimulates a broad range of employment opportunities and fosters social inclusion, particularly for women and young people. For these reasons, IFC supports tourism development with both investment and advisory services. IFC considers tourism to be a key sector of interest, and we have invested over $3.5 billion in hotels and tourism-related projects in over 95 countries around the world. Approximately 20% of this investment has been in projects in Africa. For example, IFC recently invested $13 million in the Africa Conservation and Communities Tourism Fund. This fund is a dedicated structure debt vehicle that provides financing to ecotourism businesses such as safari operators, hotels, lodges, and camps in conservation areas in Africa, including in Botswana. In addition to support the recovery of ecotourism business from the COVID-19 pandemic, ACCT's investment strategy also includes refurbishment, renovation, and incremental expansion, capital expenditures, including greening of assets financing to meet the market's evolving needs. With its individual ticket size of $500,000 to $5 million per transaction, ACCT provides an opportunity to provide small ticket size, which is prevalent in the ecotourism market, which institutional investors would not traditionally directly invest in it due to size. Botswana offers a range of investment opportunities in the tourism sector, and the country commitment to conservation and sustainable tourism practices provides a favorable investment or environment for investors and closely aligns with the changing interests of travelers. Meanwhile, the excellent work being done to update the tourism in Botswana strategy should consider development needs, including skills development, better coordinated regional engagement, improved air access, visa liberalization to emerging markets, and other markers of an evolving sector. I also urge that this work be done in collaboration with a diverse group of private sector actors, large and small, all along the tourism value chain. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the government of Botswana, the Ministry of Tourism and the Environment, Botswana Tourism, as well as the organizers for organizing this event. On behalf of IFC, I would also like to reaffirm our support to working with both public and private sector stakeholders to expand and promote sustainable world-class tourism in Botswana. Thank you very much, everyone. Kaleboa. Thank you.
Re a go leboga me Claudia Conchecao ke tla kopa o ntekodise kgantele tlhemme gore a leina la gago ke le buile sentle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the ministerial panel, Botswana leveraging on its strategic location to facilitate cooperation and investment in tourism in the region. What a privilege for a girl like me to make way and watch one of the best in our game in action. Please join me in welcoming the moderator of this session. Her name is Carmen Roberts, and she's a travel writer, presenter, and broadcaster from the BBC. Arma Mogel. Sound masters at the back. Le ka tsubela nkgonne tle ga se a letheka.
Thank you. Apologies to have my back to you. Welcome. Thank you for having me, honored guests, distinguished guests. I'm so pleased to be here at the very first Botswana Tourism Summit, Investment Summit. Now, we're having a ministerial panel, which I'm very excited about, and it's going to be a hybrid panel. So this is the first time I've done a hybrid panel, and I think it's excellent because we'll have three honorable guests in real life, and we'll also be joined virtually from different parts of the world, so we can include so many different voices, which is excellent. So let me introduce our panel's guests. So first up, a woman who, of course, needs no introduction, the Honourable Filda Nani Kareng, the Minister of Environment and Tourism in Botswana. Okay. I love that Botswanan call, that's brilliant. Thank you, Minister. We've also got the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism from Jamaica, who will be joining us virtually. I don't know if that comes up now or a bit later. We've also got the Honourable Vera Kumtukule, who is the Minister of Tourism in Malawi. I really hope I pronounced that correctly. She'll also be joining us virtually. We've got Liang Wang, the resident representative of the World Bank, and he joins us in real life. Thank you. We've got His Excellency Raki Phillips, the CEO of Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority, and he will also join us virtually. I see the infrastructure's there, so fingers crossed we get everyone. And last but not least, we've got Dr. Taleb Rafai, Chairman of the ITIC and Investment Tourism Limited. How's the technology going? Have we got the link-ups? I must say, this is my first time in Botswana, and I've been very impressed. Thank you, Minister. It was fantastic. I've just got back from the Okavango Delta, and I had a wonderful time. I spent 2 days there, which was not long enough, obviously, so I will be back. Let's talk investment, and we will also, of course, I forgot that we also have another panelist that was due to join us, but it is European Parliament is in session, cannot stand in the way of that. So we're joined virtually, who sent us a video, we're joined by the Honourable Elena Kuntura, Member of European Parliament. She is sending us a video message, which is very important about Botswana.
It is a pleasure to be joining you at the Botswana Tourist Invest Summit. I would like to commend on the country's effort as a forward-thinking destination in sustainable tourism development, aiming for low-volume, yet high-value tourism. Sustainability and resilience in tourism is the only way forward for all destinations, both the established but also the emerging. This is more evident today that we all must meet the global climate goals, but also overcome current parallel crises of high inflation and soaring prices in energy, goods and services that affect our economies and societies. As a member of the European Parliament and coordinator of my political group at the Transport and Tourism Committee, TRAN, I would like to share briefly my thoughts on the greater picture for Botswana and all states or areas that commit to a sustainable future. As many of you know, I had served Minister of Tourism in my country, Greece, in the period 2015-2019, when my country was going through its most harsh economic crisis. We introduced an innovative tourism policy, and we relaunched Greece in the global tourism market as 365-day destination, focusing on authenticity, diversity, and high quality. We did so by extending the summer season and enhancing winter tourism. We also introduced new, less-known Greek destinations and developed new thematic tourism products in our global agreement with major tour operators. At the same time, we increased air connectivity with our traditional but also new European and long-haul markets of tourism of higher income that we opened with hundreds of new direct flights per month. And we attracted new investments, making Greece the best business opportunity in the Med and Europe in its dynamically growing tourism sector. Despite the adverse conditions we faced, we managed with our strategy to increase inbound tourism by 40% in 5 years, reaching 32 million tourists and more than 18 billion euros tourism revenue, and overall contribution to our economy from all the other sectors, 40 billion yearly. This impressive performance not only helped our economy and our country to exit the economic crisis, but also was commended by the UNWTO and WTTC and other global institutions as a success story, a showcase country for its best practices in tourism. By placing sustainable tourism growth at the heart of the strategy, we committed to long-term benefits for our economy, but also for our local communities that had access to new sources of income, new jobs, and better prospects for their well-being. This is exactly what we are doing right now in the European Union with our first ever European strategy for sustainable tourism. And I'm very proud I contribute with my experience to several European Parliament resolutions we vote in the past years that led the European Commission to present last year the European Agenda for Sustainable Tourism until 2030. The agenda has clear guidelines for member states in the context of our climate neutrality and sustainability goals, but also for economic and social progress. We also place emphasis on the green and digital transformation of the travel and tourism and the transport sector, and encourage investments for expanding the use of renewable energy. We promote the unique advantages of each country and its destination through diversified products such as ecotourism, health tourism, wellness, sports tourism, cultural tourism. And we invest in smart and sustainable cities and islands. Botswana has an enormous potential. The country's rich wildlife and biodiversity are valuable assets in shaping the tourism of the future. Conservation efforts along with sustainable tourism products are in full alignment with empowering local communities. The EU has been supporting Botswana in several fields and by various projects, including the tourism sector. From my experience and know-how in key areas that we are currently working on the EU, I would like to point out the importance of supporting the business environment and especially the small and medium-sized businesses as well as the workforce to be ready for the green and digital transformation. Also, tourism growth must go in hand with modern, safe, and resilient infrastructure capable to serve future needs. And last but not least, we need to be more open to cooperation, both in terms of public-private sector partnerships, but also between states. I have been a strong supporter myself of cooperation beyond national borders because tourism, by its nature, interconnects us all and is a catalyst for growth in all productive sectors and professions, including trade, energy, transportation, construction, food and beverage, entertainment, and other creative economies. Even more, countries must cooperate closely, especially against crisis, because no country and no economy can by itself deal with the mega crisis of today and tomorrow. One of my proposals that was adopted in several resolutions in the European Parliament was the need to create a European crisis management mechanism to address all crises, including climate change, wildfires, floodings, excessive weather phenomena that we are already facing in Europe and elsewhere. Such mechanisms applied in a broader regional level will help all countries, public and private sector to exchange know-how and support in building more resilient destinations and more sustainable travel and tourism experiences. With these thoughts, I wish every success to the summit, and please know that I strongly support and encourage ideas and projects that help our countries, our economies, and societies to grow stronger and better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much there to Elena Contura from the EU Parliament. She raised so many good issues there that we can all unwrap now in this panel discussion. You know, public-private partnerships, renewable energy. I see there's a lot of new eco-safari vehicles coming online now, which is great to see. And air connectivity is another big issue, I think, that we'll be discussing further in detail. But we will be joined at 12 o'clock on the dot by Fly Dubai, so that's another virtual attendee to join us then. So, but let's kick off and let's talk about geography, because Botswana, Minister Kareng, is in a strategic location in southern Africa. It borders 4 countries. How can this help us channel investment?
Botswana sits right at the heart of Southern Africa. I don't know if this is
Okay. Technical support.
technical.
Oh, there we
support.
go. Hello.
Maybe it's fine. Sitting right at the heart of Southern Africa, in between South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and also in a conservation treaty with those 4 countries of Zimbabwe, Zambia, Namibia, and Angola. Is called the Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. And this Kaza region manages the very fragile Chobe River and the wildlife that is abundant in that area. So already we have got this cooperation going around these 5 countries to conserve. And all of these countries are actually conserving and trading in the space of tourism from this resource, you know, the wildlife that you saw and all that. And it is important for us to ensure or to emphasize that we don't do tourism alone and think we can achieve that alone. So being at the heart of Southern Africa gives us opportunities to build a tourism product that can attract the investment that I think we are really gathered here to promote. First of all, where we are as Botswana is a place that is not easy to reach in terms of access or accessibility, whether by road, but mostly by air. I think we can agree with me that it wasn't easy reaching this place. You didn't take 1 flight, some didn't take 2 flights, some took up to 4 connections to arrive here. So the investment that we need first and foremost is to be able, once we have found that this is a place that we can trade your business, we can do tourism, find out a way that we can connect that with the investment that we are going to be propelling through this summit on air connectivity. We don't want to expect as a country that, you know, with our small Air Botswana airline, we can be able to do long haul, go and fetch you from New Orleans, you know, from New York, you know, from the UAE and so forth. But this investment must also consider the kind of partnerships that we need to be able to get people here seamlessly, efficiently, effectively, and with the utmost comfort that we need. This place is in Southern Africa, which globally is an area that is the richest in wildlife resources, natural resources, the forests, our rivers. We are also an arid area, which gives us a lot of land that is a desert land. That also has its features. It has its wildlife, it has its natural, very beautiful landscape, rich cultures, and so forth. So once we talk about the location, and we have access to it, then we are set in terms of coming here to invest. So in terms of, you know, the natural richness or natural wealth of our wildlife, Botswana holds the largest population of elephants in the whole world, 131,000, that's where we stand now. And we have got our forests, we have got this, you know, Okavango Delta and so forth. Now, we're talking about sustainability and saying to invest in a country that is so rich in natural resources, including diamonds for sure, you know, the highest in value and all that. We are talking about considering investment in sustainability, in the preservation and protection of our natural resources, because that's the product that we trade in, and it's a destination where we must be able to say the tourist that emerges, especially from COVID-19, the tourist that is aware, whose mind is tuned to climate change, whose mind is tuned, to conservation, sustainability, they want to visit a place where they know they will be fulfilled in terms of, engaging with a country that has got sustainability at its heart. So investment in conservation, investment in natural resources preservation, especially as for us in Botswana, it's also a beneficiation, program that we do with our natural resources, investing in people, investing in the culture that has preserved all these landscapes for a long time. So we sit in a very opportune, a place where we just have to be boldly, agreeing within ourselves that we will make sure that the investment in the infrastructure, especially air connectivity, should bring us here. Then we'll find a whole world, to invest in once you are here.
That's great, Minister Kareng. I like how that your cooperation with the neighboring countries have started with the sustainability and the environment, that has brought you together with your neighboring countries. That's a great framework to start from as well. Have we got the virtual delegates? Have we got Jamaica and Ras Al Khaimah, or is that not happening?
Just I see a thumbs up from the backstage there, so that's a confirmation.
Okay,
Emma.
great. I just don't see anyone. We'll come back to that, but also sustainability, I know, is a very... Oh, hello. Hi there. So, well, geographically speaking,
we're here from Jamaica.
Oh, hello. His Excellency Raki Phillips joins us. So geographically speaking, Raki, you can comment on this, because Ras Al Khaimah, oh, hello, Minister Bartlett. Ras Al Khaimah, like Botswana, is a desert location. It's a desert location, but and also built on sustainability. But we're also, you've done such a great job as a MICE destination. You've come on leaps and bounds, and you've snagged that air connectivity issue. Can you talk us through this, and how, geographically speaking, this is a good location, and also building up your MICE reputation? What tips of advice do you have for Botswana?
Thanks, Carmen. It's nice to hear you. Last time we met, we were in person, so I wish we weren't meeting virtually. And to the Honorable Minister, my friend Edmund Bartlett, and everyone in Botswana, I wish I could have been there. My colleague Mo from my team and some of my friends from the UAE are there. And I'm getting some wonderful pictures of how absolutely stunning Botswana is. And it's definitely on my list. It's very impressive to host such a tourism investment summit, because I know the wealth that Botswana offers and the focus from a tourism perspective. Us in Ras Al Khaimah here in the UAE, tourism has been a key driver to innovation and growth. If you look at the UAE, which is an oil-rich country with a tremendous amount of wealth, tourism makes up 12% of the country's GDP, and 750,000 people work within the tourism and hospitality industry. So for us, it's a great way to contribute to the livability and the improvement of the industry. Carmen, you're absolutely right. There's a tremendous amount of comparisons between Ras Al Khaimah as an emirate and Botswana as a country. And from the beautiful pictures that I've seen and the videos that some of my colleagues have shared, it is abundant with resources, wildlife, and all of the elements that are available with the natural beauty. We focus on sustainability. We focus on MICE. But unlike the previous conversations, we are blessed with tremendous connectivity. The UAE is located in the middle of the world. We have accessibility to close to 3 billion people at a 4-hour flight. Dubai International Airport is 45 minutes away from Ras Al Khaimah, and we have our very own Ras Al Khaimah National Airport. But it is important that we continuously promote the destination, highlight the significance of Ras Al Khaimah, why having MICE meetings here, focusing on sustainability and ensuring that we innovate as we move into the future, making sure that Ras Al Khaimah continues to be an important vehicle to drive tourism with our connectivity, with the ease of doing business, and ensuring that we are always front and center.
Thank you so much, Raki. My lady Carmen, as you mentioned, it is time now to talk air connectivity. With your kind allowance, my lady, as moderator, kindly allow us a slight switch in programming. At this moment, Ian Golding will be joining you briefly on stage for a 10-minute high-level, game-changing conversation with the CEO of Fly Dubai. Thank you, my lady.
And apologies for interrupting. We have Gate El Gate on the screen, and wonderful that you could join us. Air Dubai has had quite extraordinary growth since its formation in 2008, absolutely exponential growth. Congratulations on now just confirming your order for 13 new Dreamliner aircraft, which will further enhance your capacity to connect. You're already connected to many African capitals, but not yet to Gaborone. So we hope we can entice you here. And why don't we begin by you telling us something about your vision for the future of Air Dubai and how you see yourself growing, particularly in the African continent.
Well, thank you very much for having me on this show. I would rather be there with you in person to enjoy your beautiful country, but unfortunately, with the program, couldn't make it. But I'm honored to be with you today. Fly Dubai, we actually started. The airline was launched in 2008, and we start flying in 2009. And since then, we carried over 100 million passenger. We currently connect Dubai to over 120 destinations. And yeah, I mean, it's an airline that has sort of discovered itself and grow, just like Dubai evolved over the years. And how Dubai have changed, Fly Dubai is also adopted. And that's why, from our having now the ability to fly the Dreamliner will allow us to go to further places, increasing our reach as an airline. And for that, we are honored by the commitment given to us by our shareholders and the government for us to be able to go to that level. Of course, Africa is always have been an important part of the business potential that we saw. That's why we currently fly to 12 destinations in the continents, and I think there is more to be had. Mombasa should be our new destination in the next weeks, months to come. But we see a greater potential because you know what we have done in Fly Dubai, connecting Dubai to almost over 75 unconnected destination to Dubai prior to our start is just one example to how we can serve the continent of Africa. And now with the Dreamliner, that gives us the ability to go to even more viable destination in Africa. And when it comes to connecting to Dubai, you are not only connecting to the hub of tourism, commerce in the area, but you also connecting to the biggest international hub of the whole world. You can connect from Dubai to over 220 destinations worldwide, and that's why, along with the fantastic opportunity that the United Arab Emirates offers, not only Dubai, the whole country, but we also offer people the ability to go beyond, and that's always have been part of our selling point in Fly Dubai.
Fantastic. When you connect to a place, have you got evidence of how that leads to multipliers for the domestic tourism and business environment? What is the connection between connecting through you and through other airlines to a new destination and the growth of their tourism and travel and business thereafter?
No, I mean, we have many examples. The one that pops in mind is, for me, Georgia, because prior to flying on Emirates, flying Fly Dubai operating to Georgia, to the United Arab Emirates, they were probably, I would say, 10,000, 12,000 people traveling back and forth. The moment that we started operating, and now we have multiple flights, and probably all the airline in the region actually operate to Tbilisi. I think the number, the last time I looked, of the people traveling, which I don't have with me right now, but must have been in hundreds of thousands of travelers go to Georgia and come to Dubai. And Georgia was a good example also because it was with the flights, we connected to Dubai. So we had business going up and down both ways. But also there was an effort by government to reduce the visa restriction. For example, in the United Arab Emirates, a huge number of the population are people from different countries. Those people, in order for them to travel freely to and from Dubai, especially on short sectors, because Tbilisi to Dubai is like 3 hours, they need to have a visa. We have lots of people, middle class, from all over the world. So the government in Georgia took an undertaking that allowed everybody who has a visa to the United Arab Emirates, resident visa, can enter Georgia without a visa. And that was a huge estimate. There's a huge jump in traffic because of that. So that, for me, is an example of a Fly Dubai destination that worked, and connectivity created a huge business.
I know that the Minister of Tourism, who's on the stage here, listening very carefully to you, and the Botswana government, would be absolutely delighted if you were to choose Gaborone as a hub in this region, an entry point not only to Botswana, which is a magnificent tourism and travel destination and business destination, but also, of course, very much part of the Southern Africa. What would it take, do you feel, for you to form a decision to make Gaborone a hub?
I think, first of all, we need to build, of course, the knowledge that we have. Gerald Lawless is a very good friend of mine, great ambassador for your country, and always try to build the information that we have. As far as Fly Dubai is concerned now, with the ability of us to fly in longer sectors, this becomes even more attractive to us, and we are extremely interested in looking at the prospects of us operating. And actually, one of the motivation for me to speak here was to try to broaden our engagements and try to create a workable solution for the future for us to do more than and be part of the growth of your country.
I know that the Botswana government, and we've heard it this morning already, is deeply committed to the diversification of the economy, away from diamonds to other sectors, and clearly, I'm sure, would be very, very engaged with you on this matter. As you think about your allocation of routes for the 30 Dreamliners, the fact the country has an open skies policy, a very stable economic environment, a very safe place to visit. I'm sure these factors will be part of your consideration going forward. Globally, maybe just to finish, what is your strategy? You've come from nowhere to where you are over a 15-year period. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time?
Well, as we said, we first of all, we are very grateful to be operating out of the most diversified region in the whole world. United Arab Emirates, Dubai is a place where lots of things are going on, many developments, and moreover, the whole region that we are part of, that is the GCC and the greater area. There's a lot of development. We see us continuing to evolve and grow. We currently operate over 80 aircraft fleets. I can see this number continue to grow. And with the Dreamliner, now we have the ability to go to even further places. It gives the airline a lots of ability to reach out to bigger markets, and throughout, I think in the next few years, you will see a huge growth for Fly Dubai, as we take advantage of our previous success and the location, and of course the continuous development in Dubai and the region around us.
Congratulations on all you've achieved. Good luck in the future, and I know the Botswana government would love to see you here in the near future. Thank you very much for your precious time.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Mr. Algat from Fly Dubai. Well, that was certainly very interesting. There were lots of issues raised there, including the visas, which I hadn't taken into consideration. But let's get back to the ministerial panel. But can we set the financial scene? So how does investment flow through Botswana to the rest of the Africa region? And what vehicles or infrastructure are we talking about? Could you talk me through this? Maybe Mr. Liang from the World Bank, you could discuss, and maybe Minister Kareng as well, and then we'll get back onto sustainability and resilience, because I know we've got Minister Bartlett on the line as well, and Dr. Rafai. So maybe we can hear from the World Bank first. Oh, hello. No. Is it turned on? Sorry, what is it? We've had a moment to think deeply. Okay.
First of all, you hear?
Okay, we're getting the real microphone.
All right. Oh, you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Are you actually here? Okay. All right. No, thanks very much. First of all, let me say I really appreciate the opportunity. From the World Bank's point of view, we are very bullish on the tourism sector in Botswana, similar to my IFC colleagues, both from the public and private sector side. We do believe tourism is an important pillar of Botswana's economy. It's 10% of GDP, right? So outside the mining sector, this is really an important pillar. And there's really a lot of potential to make the pillar even larger, even stronger, even taller. That's really our orientation of how we see the tourism sector in Botswana. So what, Carmen, your question is in terms of connectivity.
Yes.
What are the ways that can make Botswana more connected? My Botswana friends always says, instead of a landlocked country, Botswana is a land-linked country. So that's really the essence, in short, that's the essence of the connectivity basis for tourism. There's a lot of things that can be done, and there's a lot of foundation that's already been laid. If you go around in Botswana, you will see the infrastructure is actually quite good. Especially compared to some of other countries, a lot of historically, a lot of the revenues from the diamonds and other sectors have been invested in infrastructure. Whether you see in Gaborone or outside, you see the roads are decent, are fairly well maintained. You see lots of people going drives, including the Kalahari, right? So there is foundation to be built on in there. Of course, the road infrastructure can be done better. There's a lot of discussion around the railway. That's really making the Southern Africa more connected. But the railway is more for commodities rather than for tourism in many sense. There are lots of discussion on air transportation, as we just heard from Fly Dubai. Indeed, as Honorable Minister said, there's a lot to be done. From the World Bank side, we have an ongoing engagement with Air Botswana to look at different options and to enhance the efficiency, but also a wider connectivity in terms of air links in Botswana. But again, there are lots of opportunities, both internal and external. A lot of the flights, as many of you know, they fly directly from Johannesburg to the north, right? So I think that's good, and that brings tourism, brings the comfort that Honorable Minister was talking about, that tourism can get to some touristy destinations in Botswana. But at the same time, that also means the tourism doesn't go through other parts of the country. Right? Tourism don't go through Gaborone, tourism don't go through other parts of the country. It also has other things to offer. So I think that comes 2 points. One is indeed, I think that's the theme of the summit, the product diversification. Right? Can we do other things that attract tourism to spend more time in Botswana, make a few more stops? I think earlier this week, Honorable Minister talked about the tourism outside of the diamond, coming out of the diamond industry. Yes. Would there be opportunities there? I'm sure they are. Can we test a few ideas and make it work? The other point is also the links to the rest of the economy. That's also an important point. I'm sure the Honorable Minister will talk about. It is about local beneficiation, but it's also strike the right balance between attracting FDIs, but also making sure your citizens benefit from the economic opportunities. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Some really good points there raised, Liang. But can we talk about the fiscal and non-fiscal incentives and the different industries that you're targeting as well? I heard on the grapevine that Will Smith was in Botswana earlier this year. Perhaps, I know in Canada there was lots of tax breaks for the film industry to film there. Is this something you're thinking about as well?
Of course, yes. Actually, it's very interesting. One day I woke up and I heard that Will Smith is in the Okavango Delta, obviously filming doing his own filming. And I thought, oh my God, I can't let him go because he's got something for us.
Yes. Did you meet him?
Yes, I did. 6 minutes and we made a deal. Excellent. What I said to him was, we have a lot of young people, our creatives, young graduates who are unemployed, who've got the skills, who have the potential. We have artistic people. We have very rich, creative, talent in our young people. Then I said, can you help us build them so that they can be the level of Hollywood? They can also be, mobilized and supported to make Botswana films. And they can feature in the global films, bringing the Botswana story out there. In our policy, tourism policy, we determined that we will use our local creatives to market this country. So skilling them in branding, in profiling heritage, culture, in capturing our content and profiling it, branding and selling it. We have got latent potential in our youth. He said, do you have a filming school? I can adopt that school, work with my people, so I can take them to Hollywood. We can come here, film. I said to him, we will give you the best landscapes for you to come and record your music, your film. If you imagine them having a set on top of the Kalahari sand dunes.
Amazing.
And the sunset is just happening. or by the wildlife out there, or by the Chobe River, sunset cruise, you know, and all these things you do, you know, around our stars and stuff like that. He was amazed. He loved this destination. But I said, carry our people, because skills development and training and building the potential of our young people especially, you know, will help us deal with this joblessness, poverty, and lack of incomes and livelihoods for people who actually have. So the investment we are talking about is not just on, you know, infrastructure and physical spaces. You know, we're also talking about investing in the skills and the talents of our young people. We saw them sing. Can they live? Can they do content building through music, like you see, through dance, through poetry, through arts and crafts? You will see there are arts and crafts out there, so we can use it. It's very unique, and I said we have the best, valuable landscape and, you know, artistic talents that our people can tell the story through filming. Then we need the investment in upskilling so that they can be of global quality, Netflix quality.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So that's what we are trying to drive.
Yeah, I think that's a great initiative and such good synergies. And I love that you've brought in the local, the young people coming up through the ranks in the creative industry, the film industry.
We've tested it, if I may say. We developed a film in partnership with DBS and National Geographic. It's called Nkashi. The lives of the people around the Okavango Delta, narrating that life, how they preserved the Okavango Delta through their traditional practices. And the young men there, the old women there, everybody doing the polling and telling the story about how they survived along that, you know, among that, in that area. And this is National Geographic. So I told them, then we need to do the Kalahari, we need to do the Eastern Bloc, Tule Bloc, and then also, you know, urban livelihoods and stuff like that. So we've already tested it, it's beautiful. They narrate the story of the Okavango Delta and their lives in their language. You will read the subtitle, all right? Yeah, okay. So this is just how we want to promote our people, doing it themselves by themselves in the language that they know so much, selling the culture. So investment is how we can actually build on that.
Yes, that's great, investing in people as well. But getting back to the film industry and the celebrities, our virtual guests also have experience with that. The Honourable Minister Bartlett, Jamaica has had its brush with the film industry as well. Is this something that you think is key or could help? Is this also part of the sustainability and resilience that you can add to your bow? Your tourism bow. Is Minister Bartlett there?
Yes,
no?
Thank you
What
so
about,
much.
Oh yes, hello.
Yes.
Hello, Minister
and what
Bartlett.
A pleasure it is
yes.
What a pleasure it is to share with my sister Filda and the ministerial team, as well as the panel of experts. My tourism father, Professor Dr. Rifai, and of course the team from the ITIC, led of course by Gerald Lawless and Ibrahim, my friend. A wonderful discussion so far, and yes, film and storytelling is a big part of our experience, and Jamaica has as one of the centers for filming in this region. Because also of the tremendous assets we have in some of our great musicians and and singers. Bob Marley himself, who is regarded as one of the greatest singers that the world has seen. We produce and gave to the world the reggae music genre, and that has been a huge source of global influence that has put Jamaica on the map internationally. We've had a whole stream of other international stars in this area. But we also have created the base and the background, so to speak, for some of the great films like the James Bond series. The last one, of course, was filmed right here in Jamaica. The first one was also, and the stories were all written right here in Jamaica. So we're not unfamiliar with this. I think the challenge with us is perhaps the challenge that my sister Filda in Botswana will be having, is really to create an architecture that is going to be conducive to encouraging filmmaking by providing the kind of infrastructure as well as the fiscal arrangements to encourage this. Some of the larger countries of the world have a greater capacity to offer more. And, you know, we have to make sure that we can glean as much from it as we can. But at the same time, we have to recognize that there are deficiencies and we're going to have to give a little more in order to get a little more. So by way of indicating to Botswana a way forward is that you're going to have to do a little better than Jamaica. You're going to have to provide a broader and perhaps you know, a more attractive menu of incentives for film production, so that the impact for you is going to be the residual value, you know, of the promotion that the country will get. The fact that, you know, the entire world would then be exposed to your rich flora and fauna, to, more importantly, the value of your people. People are the most important asset that you have, and their creativity and, you know, their innovation. So we have to look at film production in that context, and to regard it as a huge investment that we are making also in marketing and presenting our people and our cultures.
Minister Bartlett, and it also leads on to resilience and sustainability, doesn't it, of the destination. It's one thing to bring in the film industry, but you also have to have that sustainability for your own people and resilience. Minister,
well, I want to speak to resilience.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I want to speak to resilience and sustainability in a different frame, if you will. But you are right that, you know, building capacity among your people to be able to respond, you know, to these new innovation, and to give them a sense of being able to grow and to expand and to achieve a well-being from even non-traditional areas of activity. So when difficulties come, when shocks come, when disruptions come, they have several areas to fall back on, and that their own ability to recover and to thrive afterwards is not constrained by the fact that they are locked into a single lane of economic development. So I'm seeing the film industry as one other of those key areas. I heard my colleague Minister Fielder talking about diversification from, let's say, the diamond industry that has dominated the economy over time. It is, in fact, a necessity. But the good thing about tourism is that you don't diversify away from us. You diversify in order to expand and grow tourism, because people travel to fulfill their passions, and they come to your destinations for the various things and the variety of experiences that are provided by involvement in a whole range of economic and social activities. So we're excited about that, and definitely utilizing the values of a film industry, for example, to build sustainability and resilience.
That's great. Thank you, Minister Bartlett. And keeping on sustainability, it's not just the environment sustainability, but you also mentioned social and economic sustainability. And I know, Dr. Rafai, this is something that you're very passionate about. How can this help Botswana?
Thank you very much. Am I heard okay?
Yes.
Okay. The focus here is on sustainability. If you read the title down there, it says accelerating sustainability through product diversity. It's a major thing. As you said, sustainability is not just about the environment. It's much more than that. Social and economic sustainability and political sustainability. So, sorry, I'm mentioned in the morning about the park that is outside of Gaborone is an example of social economic sustainability, because the people at the end of the day are what benefit from tourism. If the people don't benefit from tourism, there will be no sustainability, that's for sure. Because sustainability is really the impact of all of that on the people. And political sustainability is also important here, because Botswana, which is a name that needs to be well known all over the world. I think the film industry, as we heard the Minister and Minister Bartlett speak about it, is one way of making sure that the name Botswana becomes a very well-known name. They have a chance now to work on sustainability as they grow, because growth is the name of the game now. That's for sure. Thank you very much.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Another country that's had a brush with celebrity, I would say, is Malawi. Do we have Minister Kamtukile on the line? You know, Malawi had Madonna. Hi, thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. Were you able to leverage, was there much investment that came out from Madonna's? I know Madonna definitely put Malawi on the map, didn't she?
No, she did. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, no, thank you very much for having me, and thank you so much, Honorable Kering, Minister of Tourism in Botswana, for having us. But I think quickly just to say that, yeah, she did put Malawi on the map, but in terms of investment, it's really very difficult for me to articulate the kind of investment that she has brought to the country, apart from the fact that now people were able to say, where exactly is Malawi? And it brought a lot of interest in people. I remember someone saying that when you ask people around the world if they know Malawi, just say this is a country where Madonna adopted her kids. But she has indeed invested in health. There's a whole wing in Blantyre. I think it's named after her, one of her children, the children that she adopted here in Malawi. It's an amazing place. But also there was a school that she was supposed, a girls' school, I think, that she was supposed to have constructed, but it hasn't been constructed yet. But I've heard a lot of people articulating the fact that it's a very good place, especially for people, children under the age of 5. They get medical care there. They have all the resources and all the equipment that is required. And so we are very grateful for that kind of investment. But I think there's also more room, just not from her, but I think from her association with the country, where we can now leverage that also in terms of tourism, because what that does is that it puts her name synonymously with us. Now she has 3 children from Malawi, and I think she takes it upon herself every 2 years or so to come here so that the children can have an interface and also a connection with the country from where they come. So I think that's it has done as well.
Great. And how about Malawi and Botswana relations? Can we market yourselves as a twin destination per se? I guess this brings back air connectivity as well. Is this something you're talking about?
Should I go first, or the minister from Botswana is coming? Okay, let me start. I think you heard the minister of Botswana, and when she was articulating her challenges, I was smiling here. I was saying that she was saying that it is difficult to come to Botswana. And that's the same situation that we find ourselves in Malawi here. When somebody comes to Malawi, they've really wanted to come here because it's extremely difficult to come here because we don't have direct flights. We have to connect through either Johannesburg or Kenya, Nairobi, or usually it's Ethiopia. But so it's extremely difficult to get here, and the interconnectivity issues are really hard. For me to get to Botswana, I have to pass through South Africa. So it's 2-hour flight to Johannesburg, and then another, I think, 1-hour flight also to Gaborone. But I think it's about destination marketing, where we in the SADC region have decided that we are not going to do predatory marketing that sets apart one destination ahead of another. So we want to elevate Botswana to say, oh, you know, if you want to go to Africa, you have to go to Botswana because it's the best. You know, we don't want to do that as African states, especially as SADC. What we are saying is we want to enhance collaboration over and above issues of competition, where we are leveraging on what is unique in each of those countries. So we know that Botswana is big on landscapes, is big on wildlife. She was talking about over 100,000 of elephants, the best, the largest number of elephants in the world. But Botswana doesn't have Lake Malawi, for example. Botswana doesn't have Mulanje Mountain, for example. But if we come together to say we are marketing as a destination, Botswana and Malawi, we are connecting the private sector in Botswana and the private sector in Malawi, then there's definitely more avenues and more advantages and opportunities for us to leverage on what can be harnessed from the tourism sector as a team rather than as competitors. So we haven't really, because we don't have a memorandum of agreement with the Botswana government, and neither do we have a mission in Botswana, but we are both in SADC. We are African states. We are one. There's always room for us to negotiate and then connect our operators between these two countries so that they can start working together. But I'm happy to say that I am aware that our operators in Botswana have included Malawi as a destination. So somebody comes in, Will Smith comes into Botswana, why can't he go from Botswana to South Africa and then South Africa, Zimbabwe, and then Malawi, so that he has an entire African experience than just experiencing one country?
I like that.
That's a very good point too. Yeah. Oh yes.
I like that.
Yes, I like that whole Southern Africa itinerary. That's quite important.
Shall I be permitted to just step in for half a second on that? Because I think that's the essence of what this new post-COVID tourism is about, particularly for the small destinations of the world. It's about collaboration. It's a word that we've called now co-peting rather than competing. So we find essence in collaborating and sharing and being able to market ourselves together to offer multiple experiences and to enrich the visit of our visitors in our space. So here in the Caribbean, for example, multi-destination tourism is a big item. And we're really moving towards that in a very serious way. It enables solutions to many issues that we have, one of which is connectivity. So that Fly Dubai, for example, with their Dreamliner might find it more effective and efficient to fly into Gaborone and then over to Malawi and to other places in one stop, one set of itinerary. And in that way, the visitors who are coming from far areas like the Middle East and beyond can have multiple experiences for a single trip, and indeed with one price even attached to it. So this is something that we in Jamaica and the Caribbean would want to work with our African brothers and sisters on, particularly those within that southern area of Africa. So together we could, structure a multi-destination program that will build, again, resilience against, particular disruptions that may come at a later point. So I'm very happy to hear that. And I think it is an increasing appreciation on the part of a lot of us who are in the South and who are smaller destinations that are less resourced, but are able to provide great experiences for international tourism. Thank you for allowing me to intervene.
Can I just come in there, moderator, before you give the chance to the minister from Botswana? I wanted just to buttress the point that the speaker from Jamaica, the honorable minister from Jamaica, has just articulated there, where our issue there, we are talking about investments in Botswana. But I think we need to learn from lessons that are coming in now, even from platforms like the African Continental Free Trade Area. My argument there has always been to say if we continuously look at ourselves as individuals, it will be difficult for us to realize anything from that continental free trade area, because then in the next 5 to 10 years, the status quo is still going to be maintained, because each one of us wants to work on their own. So Botswana now has an investment forum, but I would like Botswana now to look at how do we woo in investors as a block. Because there are things that Botswana does very well. There are things that Botswana has that are much, much better than Malawi can ever do. But when Malawi and Botswana and Zimbabwe, or Botswana and Zambia come together, we are a bomb. And so what we're saying is we are continuously saying that Africa needs to start trading with itself. Africa needs to look within itself and say, because if COVID-19 has taught us anything, is the fact that we need to start looking from within, where we have everything that we require, even though we can build our capacities here and there, but we have everything that we require for us to advance to the next level. But if we do those things as individuals, it will be very difficult. So for example, even the investment forum, we get an investor and we tell them, look, this is how we are going to, if you come here, you have an opportunity to do this in Botswana, but you can also do that in Malawi. And then an investor is coming in, not just to look at Botswana as a country, but they're looking at other 3 countries, because that's how it is. When we're looking about green investments, we're talking about not just the environment, yes, but we're also talking about having a return on investment for the people that are bringing in the money. So we need to look outside the box and start thinking about how are we looking at investments? Why must somebody invest in Botswana? They need to invest in Botswana not because of the incentives that are being given by the Botswana government or the private sector in Botswana, but in terms of also what other connectivity or connections or platforms that can be leveraged by your association with Botswana as a country. So I wanted to talk about that. We're saying we need now to reinvent the way we look at investment going forward. I so submit, moderator, and I do apologize for just jumping in there before you gave me a chance. Sorry.
Very valid points. That's excellent. And I do agree, collaboration has really come out as key these days. And I feel tourists themselves want a more authentic experience, and they're looking to stay longer in a destination, which could really work to your advantage.
Thank you very much. She's raising very important points, and her points are not trying to say what we are doing isn't right because we are talking Botswana and here we are in Botswana. When we talk about Destination Africa, which is going to be built by the different blocks within the continent, West African bloc, East African bloc, Central, and then Southern Africa. We are building a continent from within, and building from within, we are amplifying what is unique about Botswana, what is unique about the CASA, the 5 countries, what is unique within SADC, and then how can we build other unique destinations. This will bring and build brand Africa. So I don't think she's saying, or she's trying to suggest that it's not it's wrong in a way to talk Botswana. What we are building from is an individual destination with its uniqueness, which we are amplifying now and saying that we will start here because we see something unique here, but we also understand, that's why earlier I talked about the CASA, because within the CASA, you cannot come to Kasane and not do Victoria Falls. That's why I've been talking to all these people, talking about the Victoria Falls. If you are in the Victoria Falls, it's only worth your money to cross into Kasane, Chobe River, boat cruise, and Chobe National Park game drives. So this is already happening. What we are doing here is to try and formulate it in a framework to make it easy for the investors. The tour operators are already doing that. You can't sell Kasane without that. We are also talking about building regional packages where the Liberation Trail, for Southern Africa, the Mandelas, yes. the Malawi, Samora Machel. Yeah. Starting from Malawi into South Africa, their route to where they were empowered for the liberation struggle in Tanzania. So they stayed in Botswana. They came from South Africa. They came from Malawi. Mozambique. And there's connection with Malawi actually. And they built this trail. So what we are thinking and talking about as ministers in the Southern African region is to come up with all these, regional trails that will market as consolidated packages. So we're talking Botswana, yes, of course, because there's something about Botswana. But once we start talking about means of investment, then we'll be able to say, but once you are here, this is who we are connected to. These are the packages that are already rolling that connect Botswana with other, regions. It also has to do with sustainability. We are sharing natural resources. I talked about the Chobe River and in the Kazan, in the Kavango Zambezi, Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. So it helps us also to talk about how we will build, sustainability and resilience of the natural, ecosystem that you are protecting. So we can't talk about us alone, but we start with where we are and what we have, and then it will connect later with others. Thank you.
Yes, that sounds like a wonderful trail, a historical journey that could be done. That's brilliant. And I like brand Southern Africa. I think that would be quite a strong brand. That's wonderful. So let's wrap up this panel discussion. I just want to hear from everyone on the panel. For Botswana to become a hub in Southern Africa, what critical factors should be promoted? So this is just to sum up. Minister Kareng, do you want to start? What do you think?
Thank you for bringing in Fly Dubai. The critical things that must happen as we drive to become a MICE destination is to deal with infrastructure investments. Investments in facilities. We don't have enough hotels that can host such kind of events, multiple, regularly. We struggle to meet up, but we do deliver. Hotels, conferencing facilities, airlines, improve our airports. We are diversifying into the western regions where there's no connectivity in terms of, flights, in terms of railways and stuff like that. So infrastructure investment is key. To make Botswana a hub as well is to take our conservation story, our diamond story, profile it and use it as a tool to attract people. You buy that ring from Louis Vuitton, know that it's traceable to Botswana, want to come here and then do your marriage here, and then you do other activities once you are here. So that connectivity in terms of what we have into tourism is key. So investments in building, profiling, branding is quite critical for us. But most importantly, the infrastructure, skills development as well, where we can do training and upskill our people to be able to run, profitable, yet services that can provide the value of services and the quality. Also, as we package our new tourism development areas and opportunities, to be able to package the heritage, the history, and use filming as well, like we have said. All these composite things of building the profile of a destination, branding, packaging, this is what we need to invest in. And of course, also other value chains, because we're talking sustainability, we are talking about, for instance, the diamond industry. It has its uncertainties. Maybe diamond in the next what the market will not be. So right now we want to maximize the revenues from diamonds. That's why when we discussed and had dialogues with the BS, we made sure that we get a fair share from that, a fair share. So this fair share, the Diamond Development Fund will utilize now to catalyze other industries, manufacturing, agriculture, and other activities that will help sustain the industry of tourism beyond diamonds, beyond, let's say, climate change affects our spaces. We should be able to give tourists something, in terms of our heritage, something that cannot be destroyed. So investing now in what will hold, tourism beyond the diamonds and beyond, other fragile, products is what we need to be talking about.
Yes, we have to be forward thinking, don't we?
Yes.
Dr. Rafai, what do you think? What are some of the critical factors for success that need to be promoted here?
One is connectivity, air connectivity. The other one is visas, entry. That should be made easy. And I think Botswana can do that, because Botswana is a very, very open country. And Botswana can fulfill these two requirements very easily. Now, Botswana also, the name has to be known. So there must be a campaign. There must be a campaign that would state the name of Botswana. So everybody would talk about it. Connecting with other neighbors is a good idea, but you need to be on your own when you promote yourself. That's very important.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rafai. And what about you, Liang Wang? What do you think are some of the critical factors for success here?
Let me mention 2 points. The first one, I agree with the Honorable Minister, connectivity is critical. I think there's a very important element of hard infrastructure. Saying hard includes roads, but also air connectivity and others. But I want to emphasize there's a very important side of softer infrastructure, if I may put it that way. You know, what you can't change is your geography, right? Your natural advantage. But what you can change is the ease of doing business. You know, how can you make it easier for foreign investors to come in, including in the tourism sector, but also hospitality and the hotels and other service sectors. I agree with the point of collaboration across the countries, but I also think that should motivate all the countries to try to do better, to make each country a destination for the ease of doing business. I think that's really critical. And the ease of doing business is about a visa. It is about skills. It's also about how the decisions are made by the different ministries, how easy it is for investors to get a decision that can enable them to come to a country to invest. So that's really the softer side of infrastructure is really, really important. Finally, I leave one point about the impact of climate change. I really think for countries like Botswana, when your tourism is so much dependent on the environment, on the nature, how do you adapt to a changing environment? That's really, really important. Here, I don't know if you noticed, the minister is both Minister of Tourism and the Environment.
Yes.
I think that's really a good integration that really shows the tourism and environment really go hand in hand.
Thank you. Do we still have Raki Phillips on the line? I think he had to leave early. I'm not sure if he's still here. No? Okay. Minister Kamtukule, what are your opinions? What are the critical factors? What's on the hit list that Botswana needs to become a hub in Southern Africa?
No, thank you so much. I think taking lessons from people that have done it very well. I think Rwanda inclusive, and I think that the person that was just holding the floor mentioned the fact that we need to make it deliberate for people to do business with our countries, and Botswana specifically. So the removal of unnecessary bureaucracies, for example. I know that sometimes as government officials, we want to protect our countries and all of that. But I think for me, I would rather we need to be clever. We need to build the capacities of our negotiators. When people are coming to our country, I think the problem comes in because we don't have the skills to negotiate better deals for our countries. And so we operate from a perception of fear. No, we don't want these people to come. Maybe they're going to do this. They're going to give us a raw deal and whatever. I would rather we go in, very cleverly. And then if we put in a clause there that says if you don't like what is happening, then we can come out. But because Botswana is naturally endowed, it has all of these things. But what's the point of just keeping them to themselves when they cannot be developed? So we would rather open up for investors to come in, improve on the easiness of doing business so that people can come, they can do investments, and we negotiate on the contracts. If we don't like something, then we can bail out. But we don't want to tie ourselves to a 20-year agenda, and then we are failing to come out, and then the population is saying, you put us on the line, and then look, we're not leveraging from the resources that we have, and now this country is just ripping us off. So the easiness of doing business is really very critical. But also in terms of product development, this is one of the things that we are struggling with in my country as well, where we're talking about the lake, a beautiful Lake Malawi. It has over 1,000 species of water, the largest number of species of water in the world. But that's not a problem. The issue is, how are we developing that product, selling it as that, So Botswana, we need to come up with means and ways of ensuring that what is unique to us, we are developing it to that level. I was very happy when the minister was talking about their culture, all these villages that are doing all of these things. We need to celebrate what is unique to us. I have noted that as African countries, sometimes we consider these things that we have about ourselves as primitive, but we don't know that that's the very reason why people want to visit us. And so we shouldn't be ashamed of what we have, who we are, or where we are coming from. Those are our products. The point there is, how do we develop them to become now products that people can be coming in to come and see those things in our country, so that then we can boost our tourism. The last thing that I want to say is maybe Botswana can also borrow a leaf from Malawi. We are seriously considering the issue of the golden visa, where we want to attract these high-end individuals who want to invest in our country in areas of agriculture, tourism, but also mining. So we have a lot of incentives that were put in place there, telling people that Malawi is open for business. You can come and invest in the tourism sector or in the agriculture sector, in mega farms, or as well as in the mining sector. You can build your house, you can build your hotel, you can do all of these things. So probably maybe that's also one of the ways and means on how we can also attract, because Geneva was built on incentives like these ones, on the golden visa issue, where a lot of celebrities, they have their houses there, or they're owning property there, and the country is booming. So we need to look at tourism, placing tourism at the center of the structural transformation of Botswana as a country. When we do that, everybody else, all other sectors are going to support it, and then Botswana is going to be on the path to economic emancipation. And I do wish you all the best. Thank you so very much indeed for having me.
Thank you, Minister. And finally, Minister Bartlett, what's your opinion? What are the critical factors needed for success here?
Thank you very much. And just permit me to really apologize to my sister Filda for not being present in Botswana for this occasion, and also for realizing our dream of establishing the Resilience Center, the Tourism Resilience Center in Botswana at this time, and to indicate that, yes, we will do it. And it's just that my own political situation here didn't allow us to leave at this time, but we will work with you for early January or February date for 2024 to fully inaugurate the Resilience Center. Having said that, I believe that much has been given by all panelists in terms of good guidance, you know, for some young tourism destinations like Botswana, and some of the key touch points that we need to, you know, wrap around as we think through the future. But I wanted to focus a bit, if you will, on human capital development, because I think that is at the heart of our ability to drive experiential tourism. In my case in Jamaica, for example, where we don't have too many natural resources, our resource is the people. And it is building the capacity of people to deliver higher quality service, to enable greater levels of innovation, to be able to be creative, and to convert ideas and knowledge into material things that have value and that can enrich the experiences of visitors. People travel, as I said earlier, to fulfill their passions. And these passions are varied. There are so many. And so our job is to build products around those passion points. So to enable our people to have that knowledge and information, to be able to expand their horizon of creative output, is what's going to enable, first of all, for us to be a destination that is attractive to individuals. Marketing is critical, and much has been said about that. But I think that marketing is not just utilizing, you know, the media streams that exist and to tell our story in other people's language. And I agree totally with the minister from Malawi that the uniqueness of your destination is your strength. And we must not be ashamed of our history and our heritage, because that is our key point that enables the differentiation in a lot of instances between ourselves and other destinations. And finally, I think that the whole matter now of product development from the point of view of investing in attractions is very important to your destinations, because again, as I indicated earlier, people travel to fulfill their passions. Investment in attractions is a huge part of enabling the retention of the tourism dollar in your space. And we know that much of the hardware required for tourism is from external investment in a lot of instances. But what is the key is to enable the supply side of tourism to be owned by us, the people, our food, the food they eat, the drink, the services, the transportation, all these key elements that enable them to have a great experience in your destination must be owned locally, because that's the essence of the wealth of tourism. And I close by saying then that the small and medium tourism enterprises in your community are the huge drivers of this. They own those experiences. So we need to build their capacity to offer more, to scale up their operation, and also to be able for them to access credit at good prices. Credit at good prices, meaning loans that are, affordable and give them an opportunity to expand their activities. I'm delighted to share today with you. I hope that the relationship between Botswana and Jamaica, and the Caribbean in particular, would expand and grow. I look forward to having an MOU properly executed between us, Minister Filder, and that we will be able to share experiences. And of course, sports is a big part of our partnership. So we in Jamaica will always be able to help in that regard to train the fast runners that you need to have. You're doing well with that, but Jamaica is able to offer a little more. And together, I think we can continue to beat the world. Bless you all, and thank you so much.
There's so many issues were covered there: air connectivity, sustainability, not only environmental sustainability, but economic and social sustainability and resilience. Ease of business is also a key factor, which I think you have the building blocks already. But uniqueness and authenticity, I think that's what travelers really want. And you have that. You have that for sure. So I think you have the human capital investment there. So I think you've got great building blocks for brand Southern Africa. So I wish you well. Thank you so much for having us. And that was a great panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to you, our graceful moderator, Carmen Roberts, travel writer and presenter and broadcaster, BBC, knows my first name. A round of applause to her, please, for how she gracefully handled this moderation. At this moment, it is my honor to say, my lady, I thank you. I thank your ministerial panel, and I invite you to take residence of your esteemed seating. Ke a leboga. Well, at this moment, as our ministerial panel disembarks the stage to take residence of their initial seating positions, or perhaps we could always stop on a moment for a photo with the media. Very critical. We need those pictures for those headline stories, my friends from the media fraternity. At this moment, without further ado, it's such a pleasure to welcome back Professor Ian Golden, Oxford University Professor of Globalization and Development and the founding director of the Oxford Martin School and former Vice President of the World Bank. And yes, he knows my name too. Thank you so much, Botswana. Look what you're doing by bringing all these incredible events to our shores. Well, Ian, it's over to you, big bro. I'm sure you will be having your panelists as well who will be joining you on stage. I recognize, according to our program, that our conversation this time around will include representation of Air Botswana, as well as representation of World Travel Tourism Council, and as well the representation of Ethiopian Airlines. This then means that you will see Masego Magdalene Mokudi, Acting General Manager from Air Botswana, joining Ian on stage for this next panel discussion. And of course, Masego will be joined as well by Christopher Rodriguez, CBE, Ambassador World Travel and Tourism Council, former chairman of Visit Britain between 2007 and 2017, chairman of Port of London Authority, and chairman of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. And Chris and Masego will be joining Ian, and we also have another panelist, and that is Eskada Tamrat, area manager from Ethiopian Airlines. Ian, over to you.
Thank you very much, Giselle. I'm afraid, as you all know, we're running terribly late. so you're meant to be eating lunch now. We 15 minutes into your lunch. So I'm going to hold this panel to 30 minutes. I'm afraid that's only half the time the previous panel had. But I think in the interest of standing between you and lunch, we'll need to keep it very tight. So if my fellow panelists can also try and keep very short responses, we'll get you to lunch just as soon as we can. And I think you've been introduced to the panel, so I'm not going to spend much time on that, but really a fantastic panel to help us think about this complex issue of connectivity, which is so vital to the future of travel, tourism, and investment in Botswana, because without connectivity, one can't scale in the way that's needed. I'd like to start with the acting general manager of Air Botswana. You are the national carrier, you're the hub here. So Maseko Madeleine Makudi, if you could give us some sense of Air Botswana's role, what you see in the future, and how you would like to envisage this as a hub for air connectivity.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Air Botswana, as you may be aware, is wholly owned by government. It's a parastatal that 100% shareholding is government. So our role, over and above transporting of passengers, it is to support all the initiatives that government is partaking on. Specifically, one thing that we've now become very, very active on is around the issue of mice. So what then happens is that when we have investments conferences coming into Botswana, Air Botswana plays a very active role in being a part of those conferences. Now, obviously this means that as Air Botswana, there has to be something that we do over and above that. We've realized that from the times of COVID, those airlines that survived focused a lot more on cargo. And as it is right now as a business, we are trying to grow our cargo to ensure that we actually have far much more to tap on other than just focusing on passengers. And as it is right now, we're also looking into collaboration with other parastatals, with government itself, in terms of growing the cargo. For example, Botswana, as you may be aware, we're quite big when it comes to beef. So at this moment, we're in talks with Botswana Med Commission to try and see how we can actually jointly transport beef to the various destinations that Botswana Med Commission is transporting beef to. And in addition, we're also in talks with central medical stores to see how we can actually facilitate them in terms of bringing in medication into the country. Over and above that, as a business, we are also open to whoever wishes to approach the airline to ferry their cargo. Obviously, as you may be aware, we do not have the big aircrafts that are needed to transport big quantities for cargo. So what we are doing, we're looking into going into partnership with some big airlines, as well as going to charter to transport whatever it is cargo that needs to come into the country. Recently, we've just signed an MOU with the Department of Minerals, whereby we are saying, because we are big in mining as a country, how can Air Botswana facilitate transportation of all the relevant and critical, whatever it is that the mining sectors would need that can be transported by air? So we've signed an MOU, and this MOU is not just within the mine. Everybody who is interested in transporting, of course the quantities have to make sense to us to be able to get charter aircrafts. But we are open to business. Anyone who wishes to transport cargo anywhere in the world, as Air Botswana, we are more than willing and able to do it.
In terms of your passengers, what are your current passenger numbers and which places do you connect to? And do you have plans to grow that to different places and higher numbers?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Pre-COVID, we had very good numbers, especially looking at numbers that are coming in through our major destination areas, being Maung and Kasane. Predominantly, the countries that are coming to Botswana for tourism purposes, it's South Africa, Germany, the United Kingdom, USA, France, Switzerland, Australia, amongst the many others. The statistics, like I said, before COVID, the statistics was quite high, but since COVID, we've seen a decline in terms of numbers. And for example, I'll go back 2019, just before COVID. The numbers were for 2019, 2020, we had around 59,000 tourists coming into Botswana. Major points of entry being Maung and Kasane. 2020, 2021, the numbers, as you can imagine, really went down a lot, whereby we witnessed only 1,994 passengers. Obviously, that has a lot to do with the lockdown period, as we all know. Now, in 2021, 2022, the numbers sort of picked up a little bit, and it was just under 22,000. 2022, 2023, we're seeing up to October 2023, just about under 48,000 passengers. The trend indicates that indeed the numbers are increasing, but the numbers have not yet reached the pre-COVID levels. Do I think that the numbers can grow? Yes, I do. And how? One of the things that we could look at as a country, and I'm glad the speakers actually touched on it, it has a lot to do with the visa requirements. I think it is about time as a country that we consider lessening the strict regulations when it comes to visas. Obviously, the interest for us as a major airline would be to those countries that indeed demonstrate that we have the highest number of tourists coming into the country. So yes, I think that can be done. Thank you.
Great. Iskada, you are the manager for Ethiopian Airlines. Could you, which is now flying to direct here, could you tell us what motivated Ethiopian Airlines to have a hub in Gaborone, to fly people here? How many times a week you fly, and what your plans are for the future?
Thank you so much. So my name is Kadar Tamrat. I am the area manager for Botswana here for Ethiopian Airlines. I just moved to Botswana 3 months back. So yeah, I'm a bit new for the country, but I love the country. So to give a little bit of background about Ethiopian Airlines here in Botswana, we started flight in 2015, 8 years back. Initially, we did 3 times a week flight from Addis to Gaborone, and then gradually we managed to increase that frequency to 5 times a week. 2 of the flights being operated with 737 aircraft, while 2 on 737 and 3 on 787. Right now, today, as we speak, we're scheduled to fly daily with 787 aircrafts. So basically, Ethiopian Airlines, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So basically, Ethiopian Airlines has a total of 131 plus destinations to the world, to the 5 regions. So I would say it's opening doors to Botswana to go out to the rest of the world, and also the rest of the world to come to Botswana. So earlier on from the discussions, I gathered that Botswana is being called land-connected country, but I would say we can also safely say that Botswana is air-connected country, because we are here to take Botswana to 131 plus destinations on a daily basis with Boeing 787. So I think this makes the country air connected. Okay, I understand we might have a lot to do going forward, but this by itself would contribute a lot for bringing the world to Botswana and taking out Botswana to the world. So basically, this is where we are. Ethiopian Airlines is not only a passenger-focused airline. We also tend to work more for the cargo. So with the 787 aircraft coming in on a daily basis, there is a lot daily cargo space to be sold out. So we're here to assist in any export initiatives of the country, be it in terms of livestock, meat, or diamonds, or any mineral resources that the country has today that can be offered to the rest of the world. So basically, yes, we are here to collaborate with the airlines that are existing today here, and if more airlines are to come, we're still happy. We're here to collaborate and strengthen the partnerships and solidarity in African carriers and African countries altogether. Thank you.
Well, it's a tremendous boost for travel and tourism. So thank you to Ethiopian Airlines and for your confidence in that. What are you doing to help build your load factors as you increase your capacity to this daily flight with bigger planes?
Yeah, the journey was a bit difficult, honestly, in terms of load factor. This is due to two factors. One, the overall, the population size, the market size of the country is not that huge. And two, entering into a new market by itself is always a challenge at the start of the business. But then, the wide network that the airline has, for example, currently in Africa, the airline has close to 61 destinations only in Africa. So the airline capitalizes on this huge network to manage the load factors and to distribute. So basically what we did is we tag our flights. For example, initially when we started flights operating direct flight from Addis to Gaborone, it was tagged with our flights to Cape Town. So the flight would operate as Addis, Gaborone, Cape Town. So we try to manage, depending on the load from country to country, we try to manage and distribute the load. So historically, the flights to Gaborone was tagged to our flights to Windhoek, and currently we're doing with Victoria Falls. But we're aiming to do untagged direct flights to Gaborone on the near future. Yeah, this is where we are.
Exciting. And for those that aren't aware of it, those can also be very useful connections. Christopher, you were very much at the center of the development of travel and tourism in the United Kingdom, Visit Britain, the Port Authority, London City Airport, and many other initiatives. Clearly, this is a very different place to Botswana. My family tells me it's raining and cold today in London. But what lessons do you take from that experience that you think might be useful, particularly in this question of aviation connectivity and Botswana?
Well, let me do a little bit of an arc, and I'll end up in aviation. Many of the people here today will be listening to a first conference like this and be ambitious to build their own small business or middle-sized business. What I'd say to start is you've got something that most countries don't have. There is clear evidence of joined-up thinking. And in my experience, it is joined-up thinking that achieves or blocks the outcomes that people want. You can't have an airline decision without the infrastructure decision. You can't have supply-side you need supply side. The Edmund Bartlett and the Minister for Malawi talked about customers. And I would think the thing that I might add, although I suspect the Minister and the head of Botswana Travel are already there, you need a long-term plan with all of the silos joined up, because if they're silos, you don't achieve anything. The Minister for Tourism in a country is putting the skewer sideways through other ministries. It's very rare that a minister, however skillful they are, contains all the levers, controls all the levers that are needed to be successful. So this joined up in this, putting the skewer through, getting other people on side is absolutely critical. The other thing I think is to remember that this is a long game. I mean, I first came here 14 years ago. Boy, it was great back then. It's even better now. I love this country. I've come back today and I've decided I'm going to come with the people I came with 14 years ago, and we'll come do another visit. This is an industry where, for all the good plans, people in the supply side of services, hoteliers, restaurateurs, perfectly understandably worry about tonight's business, this week's business, this month's business. You get promoted for load factor in the short term. You need to keep people's feet to the fire on the longer term objectives. Otherwise, the things that come in and interfere, like COVID, become so overwhelming that you forget the journey that you're on. And this is a country which is on a great journey and can have an even greater one when you get the implementation of the plans.
Very wise words. You saw the growth of London City Airport from nothing to a major hub. What lessons do you think you take from that for Botswana?
I think as you add hubs, I'm going to come back to the same point from a different lens. You need to be clear about who the target market is. London City started as a business airport, and it was right next to the city, right next to Canary Wharf. Instead of driving for an hour and a half and then some nights to Heathrow, you could be 10, 15 minutes from Canary Wharf. Plus they had a short check-in time. So they did everything for that customer base. Then they realized, as you always do in an airline, that sometimes on Fridays people want to go and do something that's leisure, and the weekend they certainly don't want to do business. So you have this asset that can be leveraged by building a leisure business. And they've started to do it to interesting alternative places. So you can go from London City to Florence. That's not what you would have immediately expected, but they've built a business out of that. And I think the destination city pair is critical, and the partnership you have with that destination. So you've got the route, but you're hanging on the end of it. In the case of London City, things you might want to do on a short trip, it's not for long, not typically for long, it's not for long haul flights. It's a lot of weekend business, short breaks, but they've put it together and they've hung in there over time, brought more airlines in, it works.
And the centre of gravity in London's also moved towards the east, which I think has helped that as well. Maseko, you've heard from Ethiopian Airlines how they plan to have daily flights, bring in many more people. Will Air Botswana see its future as basically building off that and providing people with distribution once they get here to Maun, to Kasene, to all the other wonderful places, and to other places in the region in SADC? Is that the future of Air Botswana, or do you see long haul also as part of your strategy?
You know, when you're sitting next to Ethiopian Airline and such a question is posed to you, it can be a little bit intimidating. Currently, what we do, when airlines bring, especially Ethiopian Airways, and airlink to some extent, when they bring passengers into Botswana, we do transport them to especially tourist areas. Now, in terms of the destinations, the domestic destinations, we go to the, number one, the two major tourist destinations, being Maung and Kasane. And some of the way we do it, at the moment, we do not have direct flight from South Africa onto Botswana, especially specifically talking Kasane and Maung. And this is a route that we realize that the reason why sometimes competition seems to be doing better than us, it could be because they do have direct flights from the hub in South Africa to the Delta hub in Maung, as well as to Kasane. So we are looking into going into that region. We've done them in the past, but we had to hold them because of some issues that we're currently dealing with. Yes, we are looking into expanding into the region, specifically Johannesburg into Maung, Johannesburg to Kasane. Over and above that, we are also looking into expanding, starting a route from Johannesburg to Francistown, because we have a lot of business deals that people want to just go into Botswana and back possibly the same day. Now, over and above that, we also have some other routes that we are flying within the region. We have Gaborone to Harare, Harare Lusaka, as well as back into Gaborone, as well as Gaborone to Cape Town, and obviously Gaborone to Johannesburg. Now, you mentioned the issue of the long haul. As an Air Botswana, we also are very, very practical and realistic to the fact that we are just not ready to start doing the long hauls. But obviously, there has to be something in place to close that gap of not having long hauls. So we do have interline agreements with major airlines whereby we can actually, a person can make bookings from wherever they are through airlines such as Qatar, Emirates, Ethiopian Airlines, Cathay Pacific, Airlink itself, Kenya Airways, because we appreciate and realize that the fact that because they cover more footprint than we do, we could actually find a way of collaborating. And the collaboration was done through these interline agreements, whereby you can actually make a booking direct from those various destinations using those airlines, and then connecting mostly through Johannesburg and to come into the country.
Are you adjusting your schedules to build on, for example, the arrival of an Ethiopian Airlines flight into this hub?
When we develop a new route, we do take into account the landing times for these other major airlines, because you want to make sure that you are able to tap into that market that is coming in, those passengers that are coming in, and then transporting them to the various destinations. Likewise, even with ET, like you specifically asked, when ET comes into Botswana, those people that may be going to Maung or to Kasane, we do take that into account when we develop the various routes.
Skeda, you've made a massive investment in this wonderful country and in bringing your airline here. What more would you hope would happen to lift your load and to improve the profitability of that for you? Skeda.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. So basically, so far what Ethiopian Airlines was focusing on was not pretty much on the tourist traffic. It was more on the VFS, like the family and relative visit traffic, business traffic, corporate traffic. So now maybe it's time for us to start looking into the tourist traffic as well. So it's going to be a significant game changer. And maybe it's time also for us to start a bit of deepening strategy, because on most of the other countries, we already fly to more than one destination in the country. So maybe it's also time for us to consider that. Thank you.
And do you, I've flown Ethiopian many times, but I've never organized a tour or activities in addition to that. You're also offering packages to people coming here, tourist packages or others?
Right now, we're not doing that, but then going forward, yeah, it's something we should look into.
Yeah, it's always a very good thing to do.
True.
Christopher, you had an additional comment.
Yeah, I think I'll just bring back the customer point again, as Air Botswana is doing the exciting things they're doing. If you look at it from a customer perspective, the time you have to spend changing airports between your hub and coming in is really important. The cost of the Air Botswana leg is a tiny part of your holiday if you're coming from Europe. I use it as an example. In the trade-off between pricing and frequency, I suspect that if you can shorten the connection time, not to nothing, but enabling that is a really important part of A, selling to tour operators, and B, we haven't talked about the fact that there's a very substantial and growing part of the tourism market, the leisure market, which does it itself, which goes on Google Flights, finds very good fares, goes on to look at Air Botswana's schedule, very good fares, sometimes quite a long layover. I think one lens, because this is, the do-it-yourself people are also the more adventurous travelers, and this is still going to be a more adventurous solution for people. And so just having a horizontal look across the customer experience, if they decide they want to gather information and do it themselves. And Edmund summarized it. It's a customer lens. It needs to be joined up.
Great. Well, I think we've heard from three excellent panelists, and I'm very optimistic about the future of connectivity. That clearly provides a foundation for lifting the economy to a higher level and diversifying it. So thank you to you. Thanks to everyone here for being so patient and going beyond your lunch break. You now thoroughly deserve lunch, and please do join me in thanking the panelists, and be back here by 2:30 at the very latest, when we'll recommence proceedings. Thank you.
I hope you found that I am very supportive of what you're doing.
Thank you, Mike. We could do it together. Thank you so much, my queen. Oh, Mama, well, as we wind down, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that the deal room will be open during the course of lunch. I think around about 2:30 is when the deal room will be closing. And this is for all tourism project developers and investors to engage in depth at the Okavango room on the hotel side. So that will be taking place in between lunch, and I'm sure that our friends from BTO will assist with regards to coordination. Ian, thank you so much. And thank you very much to your esteemed panel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, my name is still Giselle Kebakile. What a privilege and an honor indeed it has been serving as your master of ceremony for this morning. Now, the thing is, you don't need to travel too far in my country to see the Big Five. In fact, what I will share with you is that I was only one of several that shall be gracing the stage in this capacity. In fact, on the other side of lunch, you get to enjoy one of my own favorite MCs. His name is Joey Mutibi. What a guy. Don't take my word for it. Just stand by to enjoy another level of the quality of MCs in this country. And yes, just like me, Joey does have a passport, and sometimes we share the stage. So if you want us to visit your beautiful country, you let us know, and we will see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor. Until we meet again, may God bless you and keep you. BTO, thank you for trusting me. Honorable Filda, I'll never forget what you said to me a few minutes ago. I adore you, I respect you, and I thank you. Batsadi Bami, that was all from me. You'll find me on the social medias. Let's meet at lunch. Ke a leboga.
Go with all protocol is duly observed and let you know that I am Dre Mutibi and I will be hosting this second session of the first day of the 2-day Botswana Tourism Investment Forum. I want to start this with a conversation between two gentlemen, being the good professor, Professor Ian Goldwyn. He is out at the Oxford University, my former university. And he'll be having a chat quickly with the Managing Director of eConsult, also a very prominent economist from here in Botswana, Dr. Keith Jeffries. If you could just join us on the stage here and start this conversation. As a way to start the second bit of this day.
Very good. Thanks for coming back from lunch on time, those of you that have. I'm delighted to be here on the stage with Keith Jeffries. Keith is the Managing Director of eConsult, but previously was Deputy Governor of the Bank of Botswana, Senior Advisor in the Ministry of Finance to the Minister of Finance, and has an extraordinarily deep knowledge over 35 years of this economy. But now he's independent. We can ask him the questions that we know we'll get the straight, not government response from. So I very much look forward to this brief 10 minutes that we'll have together. Let's begin, Keith, with really, is Botswana the miracle it seems to be? It's had robust growth. It seems quite resilient. Its income is extraordinarily high by African standards, and the prospects look remarkably good. This is all real?
Yeah, I think it's real. So to summarize Botswana's experience, particularly to people who don't know it very well, I use the phrase well-managed good luck. So the good luck was having these huge diamond deposits, which could be mined at low cost. But of course, many countries have been in similar situations and have messed up big time. And Botswana didn't mess up and has actually managed those diamond deposits and the revenues and the spending and the macroeconomic policy along with it, and has managed that really well. So that's how you get these relatively high growth rates over a long period of time, and reaching upper middle income status, low public debt, reasonably good public finances, good external account, foreign exchange reserves. So yes, it's true, but there's a but, of course, and the but is, that momentum has kept Botswana going for most of the post-independence period, so 50 years, but it can't, so it's a growth model based around diamonds and government, and that can't continue forever. So, the but is some very big structural changes and shifts in growth drivers are necessary, and that's quite challenging.
Yeah, no but on the governance, though. That needs to remain. So when economists like us look at these economies that are highly dependent on one resource, in the case of Botswana, diamonds, we think of what's called the resource curse, where either corruption or overvalued exchange rates crowd out other activities, and many countries with wonderful resources are in a dismal state, if not the most dismal state in Africa. So what accounts for Botswana bucking the resource curse?
Well, I think it's been good policy making. So I have to say, you know, the two institutions that I've worked for in the public sector, the Bank of Botswana and the Ministry of Finance, have been very strong, quite independent and not sort of subject to political manipulation. Good quality people and analysis leading to policies that have been pretty consistent over time, so not a lot of chopping and changing, and have in many ways managed to avoid the resource curse. So exchange rate policy has avoided, by and large, avoided overvaluation, and balance of payment surpluses have been accumulated as large foreign exchange reserves rather than an overvalued exchange rate. So I think there's just generally been good quality policy making, and that's been generally supported from the top. So I think that's helped. That's been the main reason.
And presumably as well, transparency, rule of law, and all the other things that stop corruption taking root.
Yeah, that all helps. That's all been integral to the whole thing.
So, fantastic foundation. Looking forward, you indicate that this can't go on. It also creates instability, dependence on one commodity. What major structural changes need to happen?
Yeah, so I think the key requirements are that exports become more diversified, because at the moment 80% of exports come from diamonds. Then you've got some other minerals, some manufacturers and services like tourism make up the other 20%, and that's not a sustainable position. Partly because eventually the diamonds will run out. We reckon there's about 30 years left at current rates of production. But even if they don't run out, diamond production is not growing, so it's not a growth driver for the economy. So the critical thing is that exports must become more diversified, and that means a much greater focus on competitiveness, productivity, FDI, and one of the things with diamond mining is that because Botswana's had these very low-cost, large deposits, it's been easy to be competitive. But when you're producing almost anything else, particularly manufactured goods and services, competitiveness is critical. And so I think that needs to figure much more strongly in what government does, and the private sector, of course.
So the exceptionalism of the past needs to be examined, and presumably what remains as an exceptional thing is the wonderful country in terms of its natural resources, tourism potential, and broader potential. One thing that's very striking about Botswana that isn't at the top of the league in a good way is, of course, inequality remains quite high, and I presume part of this diversification strategy is to spread jobs and employment and wealth more broadly.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Inequality is a big problem. And so one of the downsides, if you like, of the diamond-led growth, diamond mining is very capital intensive, so it hasn't led to a lot of direct job creation. So, yeah, dealing with inequality, it's all about jobs. Everything's about jobs. So, anyway, one of the interesting things that's happened in recent years is that there's now quite a lot of downstream processing of diamonds through cutting and polishing. And now there's as many people employed in cutting and polishing as there are in diamond mining. So it's, that's an illustration of what can be done. But yeah, we need to, that export diversification is inevitably going to be much more labor intensive than diamond mining. And so in terms of the direct exports and the supply chains, they're getting a healthy rate of job creation is absolutely critical.
It's a remarkable story, the value added in the diamond industry to create processing of diamonds and creation even of jewelry, which will make a big difference. Those of us that are enthusiastic about travel and tourism always point to the fact that it's the largest generator of jobs, particularly jobs of people on low income, and also very gender diverse in terms of its employment. Do you see the potential of travel and tourism in the same way?
Yeah, I think it's huge. I mean, it is relatively labor intensive. As you say, it's also gender diverse, and it also creates jobs in areas which often don't have any other jobs. So if you look in, rural Botswana, there are 3 sources of jobs. One is cattle rearing, the other is government, public services, and the third is tourism. And I think in terms of sustainable jobs with growth potential, tourism is the biggest. So it's really important from a job creation point of view.
And also employs a lot of young people, which is it seems to be high levels of youth unemployment.
Yeah, that's quite right.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a conference dedicated to investment opportunities in the travel and tourism area. What would you say to the potential investors in the room why they should invest in Botswana now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities, and hopefully some of the project discussions will lead to some real opportunities. But it's a place where it's quite stable. The macroeconomy is in good shape. We have no foreign exchange controls, so money can come in and out without any undue restrictions, other than the normal sort of anti-money laundering checks. We do have rule of law. Government is sometimes efficient, sometimes not so efficient, but you can get stuff done. And I think the whole rule of law is quite important in terms of being a place where if you have a contract, it's likely to be enforceable. So the macroeconomic conditions are quite good. Our interest rates are relatively low, especially in a world where interest rates have been going up. Currency is stable. It's a managed exchange rate pegged to a basket. So I think in terms of those high-level aspects, it's a pretty good place to invest.
Great. Well, you've heard it from a truly independent expert as to why you should invest, that this is a good place to invest, and I hope you do. Thanks so much, Keith, for joining us, and look forward to the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to the good professor and the good doctor. As you're aware, they were speaking to the investment outlook here in Botswana. And like I said, in the interest of time, I'm not going to delve too much onto what they've said or try to break it down. What I'll simply get straight into the next item on the program, which is a conversation around investing in tourism. And we'll be having a gentleman by the name Hans Schrader, who is the Country Advisory and Economics IFC. He will be the moderator, and he'll come up here and introduce the topic, unpack it a little bit, and also bring to the stage his panelists. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Is this audible? It's audible. We have 3 panel members here today. One was unable to make the connections, and he'll be joining us virtually. Please. So good afternoon, everyone. Honorable representatives of the government of Botswana, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be able to facilitate this session today. We're seeking to explore over the next 30 or 40 minutes information on issues that impact tourism broadly outside of Botswana, but also issues of interest to investment in Botswana. And we're going to do this with a diverse panel. We have a serial entrepreneur and regional investor. That's Hamza Faruqi. He's based in South Africa, and he's joining us virtually. To complement his perspective, we have a domestic investor in Mr. Kim Nixon, sitting on the end, with Choba Holdings. Oh, and I should say that Hamza Faruqi leads Millet Investments. We have a multilateral development partner in the European Union, Ambassador Petra. And we also have a multilateral investment bank representative in Sam Ganga from the IFC, a manager there. While we have a diverse group of people, we have something in common. We all believe in the vision and the interest to advance tourism investment, both globally and in Botswana. So let's begin with Mr. Hamza. Are you there? You are. Good to see you. Maybe you could give us about 2 minutes on how Millet has engaged in tourism investment generally. And then I understand that you're in South Africa, you're interested in regional investment, but you have not invested yet in Botswana. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. Thank you, Hamza.
Thank you very much, and very happy to share my perspectives, Hans, on those items. I apologize for not being sort of able to be there myself. I had a very tight missed connection this morning, but I'm here nonetheless for a very important topic and something which I think I'm hoping that the government of Botswana will take into account and sort of take the feedback in, because I think really the time in our industry is at such a place where it's now time for execution. It's now time for regional understanding. I think the days of looking at the African and the SADC countries in silos, South Africa on one side, Botswana on one side, I think is over. I think if we are generally going to build a tourism platform and we're really going to build a thesis, there has to be a regional reach and there has to be a regional positioning. So I'm really pleased that this event is taking place. But I'm also very pleased with the type of people who are at this event, and specifically the IFC, because I think there's an important opportunity and issue which needs to be addressed. And that's around how do I really de-risk this sector? Because one of the biggest challenges we all face is how do you build scale and how do you actually make this tourism industry appetizing enough in our parts of the world, because capital is a major issue. The banks don't like hotels and tourism assets. They don't like the lumpiness. They don't like the execution risk. And how does organizations like the IFC offer real sector support enhancement? We know what the impact of the industry is. We know what, if Botswana gets the tourism story right, what it's going to do for its GDP, what it's going to do. Our challenge is we all know what the problem is. No one is able to actually get across the execution line. So I'm really hoping that the outcome of today is going to be execution. How do you start making robust and real changes? Because that's a challenge we face. There is limited execution. We know what the problem is. And I think that starts with organizations like the IFC actually saying, how do we start getting and making significant structural changes? Where are the banks facing the bottlenecks? How do we de-risk them? How do we provide a framework where more capital flows? And then I think for governments like Botswana is, how do we pick the right winners? How do we make the best advantage of our destination, authenticity, all that Africa has to offer? How do I use the regional framework and how do I build that? So I think today, for me, these are some of the issues which need to sort of be unpacked, because I think we have a huge opportunity, but timing is running out. There's lots of parts in the world who are chasing the tourism dollars and they will arrive. Africa has to act now, and it's now time for that action. So I'm hoping that's going to be an outcome which you and your panelists and the delegates generally will find a solution for, and I'm hoping that this event is a platform towards driving that.
Thank you, Hamza. I think that you're facilitating for me. Sam, I think that this is a cry to IFC for some response, but also, Ambassador, I think that the EU, being a multilateral partner, prioritizing jobs, tourism, economic development, also may have something to say on this. So first, let's go to Sam and ask if you have any response to this, but also, Sam, maybe a couple of minutes on what IFC does in investment to help develop the investment sector.
Thanks. So Hamza kind of put me on the spot.
He sure has.
He was very specific about where he was targeting his question. So I'm very glad to be here, and I really enjoyed the discussions this morning because we can start at step 2, right? Sometimes we go into some of these discussions and we are all not sure that the country situation is an attractive investment destination, or that there is an interest in attracting investors. I think from this morning, we can sort of assume that is not the case in this instance. And to Hamza's point, the good thing about doing this in Botswana is a lot of the issues that come up when we talk about Africa risk, really Botswana is already ahead, right? So you don't have the governance issues. I think the session that just went up in front of us really addressed a lot of those issues. Which brings us to the next step, right? So investment is not investment flows go into specific investment projects, right? And so when we say we want to attract investment, what are we going to be invested in? And what IFC does, IFC is a very large investor in tourism sector around the world. Our regional director mentioned that this morning. We've almost $1 billion of investment already out. And where we have focused on in that value chain has primarily been in hotels and other bits of the infrastructure for the reasons that were mentioned a few minutes ago. We are both about ensuring commercial sustainability, but we're also about development impact and the impact of the hotel sector, especially on creating jobs during the development phase and on an ongoing basis after that, is very high. So we particularly like that. We've also recently, as some of these facilities, some of them are older, we've been working with all the various developers and operators in terms of greening those hotels and making sure that they are EDGE certified. And so there's lots of opportunities right along the value chain. So what is the response to Hamza's question? So my title, if you see my title, it says Upstream and Advisory Manager. And Hans had asked me, what is an upstream manager? So let me use that opportunity to answer that question. There is a lot of capital available in the world. There is not a lot of ready projects for investment. We have to work together with the private sector to actually develop an idea into an actual project that IFC can invest in and partners are willing to put their time and money into. So an upstream manager works with the sector in, if we have investors, if we have entrepreneurs who are considering making an investment, but you need to work alongside somebody who can help you define the parameters that will make it possible to invest, then that's what we do as upstream. And then later, we also have capital, and so we will come alongside you to deploy the capital. And everything that happens from pre-feasibility to feasibility to the actual deployment of capital, that is what upstream is about. And so we are very keen, and the reason we came here is we are very keen to find partners who we can work with to develop these opportunities now that the macro issues are being addressed. And then we can find ways to attract capital into very specific projects. Let me stop there, but happy to expand on it as we go.
I was going to ask, before we move to Ambassador, as IFC has finished this diagnostic with the World Bank of tourism, from the investment perspective, do you have 2 or 3 issues that were raised there that you particularly value as important to address to help unlock the sector to investment?
So the document that you're referring to, I think, which is our country private sector diagnostic, is a document that I would really encourage everybody to read. It's, I think, published, Hans, because we spent a lot of time with the government counterparts, with other stakeholders in the sector, doing that analysis. And the analysis is done, and it's now time for action. But many of the issues that were mentioned earlier this morning, right? You have an amazing country with a lot of attractive opportunities, but there may be a need to enhance the level of destination marketing, right? So that there is an awareness of this. We also spent a lot of time this morning talking about connectivity, right? People have to be able to get here effectively. I think if you segment the tourist sector, I think Botswana has got the luxury sector very well served, but there are other sectors like ecotourism that there's opportunities to develop and all of that. So I think there's areas that we can work on, and we've tried to address that in that document. And then a number of the areas that our regional director mentioned this morning around making sure that we are supporting the ability for the investors to access the right skills that they need, the tourist arrivals to have less difficulties around visas. So all the various issues that are mentioned in that document, that would really help make the destination really attractive so that the investors have an opportunity to access a market that is has high potential.
Hamza has challenged us with a call to action. Ambassador, maybe you could talk a little bit about your office and how you are engaging in tourism support.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's working.
Yes.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. I'm very happy to be here because to discuss tourism value chains and what the European Union can do. Obviously, as an international partner and as also an international donor, we are there to work in close partnership with Botswana government, but also with SADC, the Southern African Development Community, vis-à-vis the organization. I'm also the ambassador, and we have very substantial partnership and portfolio ongoing. So we are there to support the creation of a business environment. We cannot, as an international diplomatic mission or an international donor, to be supporting private sector as such, but we are there to support Botswana's ambition, for instance, on transforming its economy, diversifying the economy, creating jobs, and moving away from natural-based resource economy, the diamonds, to more diversified economy. And obviously, tourism is a hugely important sector, given it's already the second biggest sector, and there's great potential to develop that sector further and the value chains in ecotourism in Botswana, but also in the SADC region more globally. We are there to support development of value chains. We have been there already engaged since many decades on the skills development. Skills is a big area where we know there are big gaps in Botswana, including in the tourism sector, and we have been supporting skills development in different sectors in Botswana since many decades already, and we continue to do so also in the future. We are also, part of our offer now for the years to come will be what we call the Global Gateway. So it's the European Union new strategy of creating strategic connectivity within African continent in terms of transport connectivity, energy connectivity, digital connectivity. All of these will also contribute to that, creating that enabling environment for private business to thrive, for better connectivity, for access to new areas. So this doesn't only mean infrastructure, hard infrastructure. It will be also hard infrastructure, but it will also be soft measures such as harmonization of regulation, etc., which will be absolutely essential, and which is already something that we are working on together with our partners such as Botswana bilaterally, but also in our programs when we work with SADC at the regional level. De-risking is another area where the international partners such as European Union can contribute, and part of this whole global gateway strategy that we now have introduced, which is our main offer and our main strategy for Africa and beyond, is really to bring on board the private sector. Private sector is at the heart of this strategy. And private sector, private investment institutions, international financing institutions are at the heart of this strategy, and we need everybody on board, from us as European Union, but also our member states, as well as the investors, international investors. This is something from the European Union side. This is a long-term investment, and this is a long-term engagement and partnership we have with countries like Botswana. We have been active and present in the country since 1980s with our office here, and our partnership has evolved as the country has evolved and transformed to the country it is today, and we are there to work in close partnership with the government and also other stakeholders, investment banks, and also with the private sector to hear you and see how we can contribute to creating of that conducive environment for ecotourism sector to thrive.
Many of the people in the room are businessmen and women who have invested or are interested to invest here. If your programs are successful, maybe looking 5 years future, what would you say may make a difference? How would the people here maybe see things a little differently in the sector? Or at least what would you like to see?
What I would like to see, as I say, these are long-term investments. We are already working here in Botswana we have program, for instance, for job creation and investment climate, where we are specifically investing in tourism, ecotourism value chain. We are also working on, with our partners on supporting local communities and areas where there is also great opportunities for tourism in terms of wildlife management and reconciliation of wildlife management with the local livelihoods and cattle herding and so forth. We will also have besides these global gateway transit corridors, there will be 2 corridors that will be running through Botswana. There are 12 corridors on the African continent in total. 3 of them will be crossing Southern Africa, and 2 of them will be physically present here in Botswana. So I hope those, again, these are long-term investments, but I hope those will be, those corridors, strategic corridors, will help create better connectivity, better access to certain areas, better sustainability of transport and energy connectivity in the region, and including here in Botswana. We will also have another program which will be we are now finalizing and hope to be launching very soon, say beginning of next year, which is called Natur Africa. It's a very substantial program where we'll be investing about over 30 million euros to trans-frontier conservation areas, including in Kasa and also Kalakadi in the southern Botswana, which is essentially about reconciling and investing in livelihoods of the local communities, while at the same time creating, conserving the biodiversity and the ecosystems in the trans-frontier conservation areas. So I believe these programs are should be fully in the interest also of the tourism sector, and creating this, showcasing how you can reconcile the livelihoods of the local communities, how you can create jobs, how you can fight poverty and inequalities in Botswana, while at the same time preserving the fantastic nature and the biodiversity that Botswana has, and which is really at the heart of the tourism as well. I mean, this is the reason why people come here and want to see, and this is essential that we make every effort we can to make tourism sustainable, green, and also good for the local communities. So it's a win-win for both.
Thank you. Kim, you've heard this call to action. Well, firstly, let me just say, I don't think that I've done justice to introducing you. Maybe you could share a little bit about the breadth of Chobe Holdings and some of what you're involved in to give the audience some better understanding. But you've heard Hamza with this call to action. You've heard representatives of development partners that are really working hard to work with both the public sector and the private sector to pull in investment. But you are an investor. You have been here working in this environment for a long time. Maybe you could share some of your lessons learned and maybe some next steps you'd like to see if you had a wish list going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as an introduction to Chobe Holdings, the company is nearly 40 years old now. They began up in the very north of the country on the Chobe River with the ownership of Chobe Game Lodge, which is nearing in on 50 years now, so one of the very earliest entrants into the tourism sector. Over the years, the business has grown and incorporated sub-brands, namely Kurundani Botswana, as well as Desert and Delta Safaris. Today, we operate 14 lodges with more than 330 beds and employ around about 800 citizens, 98% of them citizens. Over the years, and since we began when the industry was in its infancy, we are and we're forced to become vertically integrated, and therefore also have our own aircraft, a combination of Cessna Grand Caravans as well as air vans. And we also have an air maintenance organization which takes care of the maintenance of the aircraft itself. Suffice it to say that we have spent many years investing in the local economy and building a brand that provides a circuit of experiences for guests which are extremely diverse, easily linked, and provide superb wildlife experiences. I think the first thing that I would like to say is that Botswana is a country that does deserve a lot of accolades. They have got an enormous amount of land set aside for nature conservation, nearly 40% of the country, and it's a country the size of France, and that's worthy of a lot of praise. And they do have some wonderful policies which encourage investment, whether it is a local investor or whether it is a foreign investor. However, policy doesn't mean much unless it is backed up with action. And I think that the very first thing that I would recommend as a local investor is that there could be stronger and more effective engagement between private sector and the public sector, such that it allows for the expertise from the private sector to be shared with the public sector, and for information from the other side to come to us that would help to guide policy, which could then be implemented to greater benefit of all. I think when it comes to the next step, then it would be to re-embrace international marketing, destination marketing of the country that truly gives justice to the diversity of experiences that are in the country itself. So the reintroduction of representation at key source markets that represents the sector and the experiences and the operators in the sector is crucial, as well as then effectively managing the media, PR, and the influencer space. It's vital that from a marketing point of view, the destination is marketed primarily by the government, which is then backed up by private sector. Then onto the local government side of things, and I wanted to just bring attention back to the investment side of things. For an investor to invest, they need security of tenure. And so there's been a lot of mention this morning about the leases and the issuance of the leases or the reissuance of long outstanding leases. This is something that government is paying attention to, and we believe that it will be dealt with in due course, but it is a very crucial point to note that investors will not invest unless they have security of land. When you get a lease in the tourism sector in northern Botswana where we operate, it's not as simple as just being able to build a lodge. And I do want to make the point clear to any potential investor that there are many obligations that need to be fulfilled before you're allowed to even open your doors. And those obligations can take quite a lot of time. In fact, if you get a new lease, it can take you upward of 2 years to 3 years before you actually are able to open and operate. And so if there was a third thing that I would suggest, it would be that the regulatory framework and the bureaucracy at a local government level could become more efficient, support policy of higher levels of government, and enact what it is that we're seeking to so that we can ensure this investment flows. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. I guess on that last point, I would say that might be a call to Minister Filda, that in this particular sector of investment, the ability to not only secure the land but begin to work on it in less than 24 or 36 months would be an objective that would be tangible and measurable, and I think, as you're suggesting, Kim, highly beneficial to attracting additional investment into Botswana. Kim, I wanted to stay with you for 1 minute and ask, if you look at the sector broadly, where do you think the opportunity is, the best opportunity for new investment? If you were to start again, or at least in the space, moving away from the space that you're at currently, where would you go? What would you be looking to explore?
I think that, the Botswana Tourism Organization and the Ministry of Environment have some really interesting ideas and policies and thoughts, and they revolve around cultural tourism, anthropological tourism, and also development of previously ignored areas such as the Kalahari Desert, for example. You've got this massive reserve in the central Kalahari of 52,000 square kilometers, and there's only one operating lodge in it. So if I were to look at opportunities, I would look on the fringes of the high-value tourism as it stands right now, the western side of the Okavango Delta, the cultural tourism, the rich cultural tourism that exists in the area of Sorongo, which is on the northern fringes of the Delta, up to the Gudigwa villages. There's a lot of opportunity up there. And then also down into the desert. And the last point that I would want to add is that there is an enormous opportunity, what I call a dripping roast, which is Tsadillo Hills. It is a World Heritage Site with Bushman paintings and Bantu paintings that date back nearly 3,000 years. It's a mesmerizing experience, and it's the Louvre of the desert. So all of these opportunities still exist, which in my mind, many of which are still high-value opportunities. And if movement could happen such that people could tender for opportunities and be able to enter and operate, I think that they could very easily be profitable ventures.
Thank you. Hamza, I know you've been listening patiently. Since you've sort of kicked off the spirit of the discussion, I wonder if you have any reflections on what you're hearing. And then I wanted to ask if there are any lessons learned from your experience as an entrepreneur and investing in the tourism sector that you think we could apply to Botswana?
So I'm going to answer the question in sort of two ways. One is, I think the conversation is great. I think the items which have been spoken about are great. I would really love to see organizations, though, like the IFC and the EU representative mission, really play a much more lead role. Putting together a sector diagnostics is, I think, one thing, but I think where Africa really needs the sort of guidance and the support is for these institutions to provide significant comfort, de-risk, whether that's within the local financing community, whether that's in the form of, credit instruments, whether that's in the form of simply saying, listen, these are the top 3, 4, 5 tourism projects. We sort of support them because it's, that's going to make the entire ecosystem more bankable. That's going to make the interest in global brands, very, very appealing. One of the theses we have is that for any destination to drive presence and to really support the destination marketing, the brands do have a very important role to play. They have a very, very strong following around loyalty. They have a very strong capability to drive credibility and to bring that quality traffic, which lifts that entire destination. In Africa, that's been something which has been probably missing because everything is greenfield, it takes time. The issue of bureaucracy and what's been spoken of, the fact that you have to wait 3 years before a lease, that puts not just the investor off, but will put any global brand off. So my view is, I think if I have to take the thread from the 3 speakers, what's the action point? And I think that's for something for Botswana as a regional hub of excellence to figure out what can these organizations do and what do they need to do and how do they do it meaningfully, thoughtfully, and efficiently. And I think there's huge opportunity. My colleague at Chobe will tell you they've got some great product, great experiences. But how do you build that? How do you create that ecosystem resourcefully? And how do you create that with the bureaucracy out? And how do you get that done? And then how do you also de-risk some of the perceptual issues which the sector has faced from a financing standpoint? So I think if there is an outcome to that, it's probably a call to action on the government side. Private sector will follow. I can say from a millet side, if there's a right opportunity which presents itself, we will come to Botswana. However, we're not going to wait 3 years for a lease because no brand is going to support us. And that's going to be an expensive cost of capital exercise. So they have to curate, I think, the offering, and they have to solve for some of these things before serious capital comes. I think from a learning standpoint, for me, there's probably 2 things. One is if you are going to be in this sector, you have to understand in tourism, it's about the customer. We're in business not because we need to make lots of money, but it's about the customer. So it's having a huge degree of customer centricity. One of the things I think being an African is we have got inherent skill sets around people skills, people. If you give them the right training, I think we can create some great customer-centric destinations. And then the second part is focus. And I would urge the government again, instead of simply just looking at 50 projects, find 2 or 3 real projects, real opportunities, mobilize resources and focus. Because what tends to happen is you tend to do too much and you don't get across the finish line. So those are probably my 2 sort of takeaways I would leave the sort of organizers, the government, and the various stakeholders with.
To bring this session to a close, I wanted to have another question for you, Hamza, and another for IFC, and then I would like to ask each of you for a final word. What message would you like to leave the audience? What brief message before we close? Hamza, I'm looking at the video and your splash screen behind you, and I see the Hyatt brand. And in the room this morning, we spoke a great deal about marketing and marketing for Botswana. How important is a marketing initiative and large brand, international brand names like Hyatt? And if you could be brief with your reply, appreciate it.
So my view is crucially important. And I said this earlier, if you are going to build credibility, having the brand presence is very important. It de-risks the market, allows you to fetch yield, and really create that destination presence. So I believe it's very, very important.
Sam, people know that IFC is an investor in this space, and there are many people, I think, here interested in finding investment. Can you briefly explain what is a attractive investment? What terms are we looking for? Who would we be consider partnering with in the investment process?
Thanks, Hans. So just to be brief on this, the most important thing we're looking for is, first of all, the partner that we're going to invest in. Because one of the things that IFC differentiates ourselves on the basis of is that we're a long-term investor. So we're going to be doing business together for 7, 8, 9, 10 years, right? So the selection of the partner that we're going to work with is really key, and that needs to be somebody who's very well committed to the market and the business that they're going to be in. So it was interesting to hear how many years you've been in Botswana. We hope there are other partners that are really going to put in that kind of time, because we are patient capital, right? So the single most important thing is we want to find a reliable, ethical partner that we can work with. And we are aware that we're going to go through a lot of challenges. We had a lot of hotel investments during COVID. We stuck with all of them, and we found resolution to the issues that came up. And now many of them are recovering. So that's sort of issue number 1. I think issue number 2 is then what is the project? And I think we have to be completely transparent. We insist that we invest in commercially sustainable operations, right? This is an investment, it is not a grant, and therefore we will be very careful, and we will spend a lot of time looking at the economics of the transaction, making sure that the business works. And if it doesn't initially work, we'll work together and see if there are things we can do in terms of changing it to make it bankable and investable. And then we will work together also to attract other capital. But we're a long-term investor, and I think, as you mentioned, in the tourism industry, this is really important, because you may be a period there where you're spending, and there is no money coming through the door. So, how do you structure that transaction so that you reflect the reality of the industry, right? And the tourism industry, that is the nature of it. Now, the instruments that we should use, and Hamza mentioned, credit, various instruments we might use to address the risks. We have a full range of instruments running from, straight loans to equity to a variety of other instruments. We will partner and find what the appropriate opportunity is. And finally, IFC is not just an investment house. We are not just about money. We have entire teams that work on advisory services and technical assistance to help you with everything else that comes along with investing in this area. Environmental and social sustainability issues. Now climate change is an important thing, and I saw yesterday there was a heat wave in this region. This is real, right? And so as you build an investment, you need to be designing for that. So IFC, in a nutshell, is we're a long-term partner. We have capital, but we have more than capital, and we'll work together to build a project that makes sense for the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. So final words now. We'll start with you, Ambassador.
Thank you so much. Maybe just first to react on
Please,
some of the things that have been said by the earlier speakers, including, so from the European Union side, we are really investing heavily in the economic diversification and value chains in Botswana, but also regionally. And we are already supporting many of the reforms, including doing business reforms here in Botswana, where we both do needs analysis, we do capacity building. We are also working on this one-stop service center for actors in the tourism sector. So this is really something that we are already investing in, and we hope that will bear fruit for that you will see in making it easier for doing business in this area. So I really hope that these programs that we have in place here in Botswana and also in the SADC region, including the Global Gateway, will help attract investment, create jobs, and creating a conducive business environment also for the tourism sector. For us, it's very important to engage with the private sector. And we, for instance, earlier in June, we went up north to Maun with the EU ambassadors. We organized a visit where we visited EU-funded programs exactly to see how you can coexist with wildlife in these remote areas, but also to engage with private sector actors, including in the tourism sector, to understand what are the challenges and difficulties they have and how we can then see that our programs are fit for purpose and they deliver the results that we want to see. We also organized what we call European Union Botswana Business Forum last month in October, which was also an opportunity for European and Botswana, as well as Southern African businesses and private sector and investors, potential investors, to engage and see what are the value chains that they can develop. So these are, and also these events such as this one is very important for us to hear it from the private sector, engage with you and make sure that our programs deliver and are fit for purpose in these areas of economic diversification and job creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
So we've said a lot, we're going to say a lot, but at the end of the day, we are very committed as IFC to Botswana. We recently established a representative here, and I think Nuzat is somewhere in the audience. So we want to hear from the entrepreneurs that are looking for investment opportunities. We are also actively working with the various players to develop and identify those opportunities. So please talk to us, right? We really want to find opportunities to support this country, and we are keen and we are ready, and we will be very interested in having that discussion. So looking forward to it.
Thank you, Sam. Kim?
Botswana is a phenomenal country. She has a wealth of resources, and there are a myriad of really wonderful opportunities to potentially invest in the tourism space. My recommendation is to make sure that you work closely with the authorities as well as with the citizens, and partnerships is definitely a developing side of the sector, to make sure that you have the right people in the team that you invest with and the right opportunity. Thank you.
And Hamza, we started with you, so I think it's just appropriate and symmetrical that we end with your words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think some great conversations. The key is going to be execution. But at a personal level, I would love to find a reason to come to Botswana, do something very meaningful, and equally build something on the sort of global branded side. I see huge opportunity of what that can do for Botswana. And I think under the right sets of conditions, and if the will is there, then I think those opportunities will be definitely something we would consider as a regional player and investor.
Hamza, Sam, Kim, Ambassador Petra, thank you very, very much for your time, sharing your experience and your ideas. I think that the session was informative from this perspective. We've addressed many of the issues that we see as investors and operators in the country. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to Hans Schrader, as well as his panelists. And, thanks for sharing those lessons learned, as well as, your strong contributions to the tourism sector growth and development. Remember, this summit really seeks to accelerate investment towards a more sustainable product through these different conversations by these respective professionals. Now, the next moderator really needs no introduction. As she is a reputable travel writer, a presenter, and broadcaster with the BBC. She actually once produced a program aboard the world's longest flight, and I happened to have been aboard that particular flight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about none other than Carmen Roberts, and she will be moderating on a topical issue that is discover tourism investment opportunities within Botswana. With a round of applause as she makes her way to the podium to introduce the topic as well as her panelists.
Thank you. Wow, I didn't know we were on the same flight. Let's talk about that later. Amazing. So this next session is a slight departure from our usual programming. We're stealing a concept from a popular show in the UK called Dragon's Den. We'll be showcasing entrepreneurs and their projects that are looking for that crucial funding, investment, or partnership to get off the ground. We'll be allowing these entrepreneurs to present their projects, a brief elevator pitch, if you like, before a panel of experts, and of course you, our esteemed guests. So in turn, our panel of experts, who I'll introduce very, very soon, will be asking some searching questions to test those business models of the projects being presented before us. So I'm really looking forward to a lively discussion. So let me introduce our panel of experts. First up, we have Paul Hoskins, the Director of ITIC and Invest Tourism. Welcome, Paul. Also joining us, and please, I hope I get this right, Gobusamang Dempsey-Kabine, CEO of Corporate Nexus. Kushata Chalisa, Head of Citizen Economic Empowerment Program with the Stanbic Bank in Botswana. Welcome. As well as Moshi Ratsibe, Director of Investment Promotion for the Botswana Investment and Trade Centre. I really hope I pronounced your names correctly. So ladies and gentlemen, our panel of experts here. But first, before we bring our investment hopefuls onto the stage, bit of housekeeping happening here. But before we bring our investment hopefuls on stage, let's showcase some shining lights in the industry, not just locally, but from around the globe. We'll have 3 industry best standard presentations before our Dragon's Den type affair takes place. So first up, let's hear from a United Arab Emirates success story, Ras Al Khaimah. We'll hear how this tiny emirate has gone from just mountains and desert to a tourism, MICE, and business flagship. To sing its successes, please give a warm welcome to Mohammed Belkhodja. Yes, that's right, Mohammed Belkhodja, Director of Investments and Special Projects for the Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority.
Dumelang, everyone. This is how you say it, right? And salam alaikum in Arabic. Great. Perfect. So I'm Mohammed Belkhodja. I'm heading investments and special projects at Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority, which is a government entity. It's the tourism board of Ras Al Khaimah. Ras Al Khaimah is a city within the United Arab Emirates. You know, in UAE, you have 7 emirates. We call them emirates. It's 7 cities. And Ras Al Khaimah is to the northern of the UAE. And Ras Al Khaimah means top of the tent, because it's on the northern UAE. We will start with our destination video, and then we'll go through the journey. Just a second. answer. Yeah. It's on. It is on. It's okay. Just tech. Till the video starts, anyways, Ras Al Khaimah. So, I'm sure you're all familiar with UAE and Dubai. Everyone knows Dubai. Cool, we're here. So, let's have a quick statistics about UAE as a nation, as a country. So, United Arab Emirates is 200 plus nationalities, 10 million people. First country where people feel safe from the, as a safe country. First in the Middle East from gender parity. And number 8, globally in government gender parity. Yeah. Can you go to the third slide, please? Next. Yeah. Let's watch this video, and then you'll understand what are the similarities between Ras Al Khaimah and Botswana from a topography perspective. Hope you enjoyed it and I allowed you to travel a little bit. So as you see the logo, let's take the logo. So as you see, it's the mountain, the desert, and then the beach, or the beach, the desert, however you want it. So Ras Al Khaimah is really, if there's one word to qualify Ras Al Khaimah, is authenticity. And why we're showcasing Ras Al Khaimah today in Botswana's Tourism Investment Summit is because of the story and how we got to the point where we are at right now, which took us almost a decade, more or less. First of all, from accessibility, Ras Al Khaimah is a hub. We are really 8 hours from, hold on a second, sorry, 4 hours from 1/3 of the global population. Ras Al Khaimah is 45 minutes from Dubai International Airport, which was one of the world's global busiest airports, so connectivity is easy to Ras Al Khaimah. Here, as you can see from from an UAE perspective, you have different airports, Riyadh being to the northern, then you have Sharjah, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. Still, the majority of the tourists would go to Dubai and then travel within the UAE. From a Tourism Development Authority's mission, our mission was really to transform Ras Al Khaimah's tourism industry into a sustainable driver. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not only sustainability through the infrastructure, it's sustainability economically, environmentally, and of course socially. And socially is key. If these three pillars are not well balanced, which we call it the balanced tourism approach, where we have these three pillars, and within these pillars, then you can build whatever legacy you want to leave for the next generations. And here, as you can see, 5 key directions. One, diversify and enhance the visitor experience in Ras Al Khaimah through differentiated development of sustainable experiences that are aligned with our vision, which is exactly what's written here, accelerating investments towards sustainable product diversification. And again, product diversification is not only about the products, the hotels, or the attractions, it's about the economic driver, the environment, and the community engagement, and giving back to the community. 2, raising the overall competitiveness of Ras Al Khaimah's tourism industry to attract new investments. So Ras Al Khaimah has been rated by Fitch, S&P, A with a stable outlook for the last decade, more or less. So from sovereign wealth fund perspective, there are some stabilities. And from what I heard earlier from the different panelists, Botswana has certain stability from an economic perspective because of from what I understood, the diamonds and the governance that you have within Botswana, which is great. But then how to leverage with this solidity, this is where the economic part, the environmental part, and the social part would come into action. 3, position and promote Ras Al Khaimah's tourism offering in targeted international markets to generate high yields customers throughout the year. We have 17 representative offices all over the world. And again, this is part of the strategic way of exposing Ras Al Khaimah to the world, in addition to all the media campaigns, the strategic partners that we have. 4, expand tourism-driven employment, particularly for Emiratis and Ras Al Khaimah residents, improve quality of work life for employees of tourism establishment. We call it live, work, play. So we need, I was discussing with one of the participants here, Liane. Okay, cool, that's a little bit far. Tourism hospitality, there is some perception to it that people don't really see sometimes, especially the youngest generation. If we don't educate them, inspire them about tourism and hospitality, it's not only long hours with lower pay. It's also aspirations, it's also giving back to the community, enhancing destinations, and really it's all about creating awareness actually to the people and to the youngest generation so that they are more motivated to work within the tourism and hospitality industry actually. 5, enhance livability, by improving lifestyle of local Emiratis and residents. By bringing foreign direct investments, by investing within the tourism hospitality scene, we automatically enhance the quality of living, the ecosystem, which automatically will make them aspire to a better future, actually. From a political stability, it is a political and economic stable country, the Emirate as well from sovereign wealth fund perspective. Geographic advantage, we discussed them. Favorable business environment. So ease of doing business is not just a say or a quote. Ease of doing business is when you have the right infrastructure and the right ecosystem. So we in Ras Al Khaimah, we have RAC economic zone, which is a free zone where 100% ownership for foreigners is there, where capital expatriation is possible, the ease of the financial flow, and this is very important. In addition to the business setup, the residency by investment schemes, the golden visas, and I think the Honorable Minister talking about it. So all of this creates an ecosystem to get the investors, actually. From a destination performance perspective, last year we ended up with 1.13 million visitors. This year we're aiming at 1.2. We're looking at an occupancy of more or less 65-ish% all over the year. And our key source markets are Russia, UK, Germany, India, and the CIS market. And here, as you can see, from the performance perspective, Ras Al Khaimah is growing, and we are there to achieve our 1.2 million visitors by end of this year. We're going to talk later on about the EarthCheck silver certification. EarthCheck is a global leader in sustainability certification out of Australia, and this is something that really has put us on the map from a sustainability perspective, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more, and this is something that potentially Botswana can take advantage of, and we will be more than happy to facilitate any intros whatsoever. So a quick, from proportion perspective, so far we are at 50-50, 50 domestic travelers, 50% international travelers. From a hotel supply, we currently have more or less around 8,000 keys. We're aiming to add less than almost the same 7,500 keys within by 2026. Yeah. Few new hotel openings. So we have the Anantara, Le Méridien by Accor, W Hotel, Western Ras Al Khaimah Nobo, and the Wynn Al Marjan. I don't know if you heard about it, but we have announced in January 2022 Wynn Integrated Resort on Marjan Island. Marjan Island is a 4 man-made island within Ras Al Khaimah, where it will be the first integrated resort in the Middle Eastern region. And this announcement has been a real game changer for the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah and for the UAE as a United Arab Emirates. And of course, this integrated resort will have its own casino. Click. Yeah. Upcoming properties. So I was talking about EarthCheck, so sustainable tourism initiatives. The vision is to become the regional sustainable emirate within the region of GCC, the Gulf countries, by 2025. People talk about 2023, but by 2025, our aim is to become the most sustainable destination regionally. Recently, we have announced that we just got the silver certification as a destination from EarthCheck, which really within our roadmap, and by 2025 we will achieve the rest. Responsible RAC is an initiative to certify businesses, which again, from mindset perspective, ecosystem perspective, helps the destination to get to the sustainability pledge by creating this kind of certifications. And from a global exposure perspective, it really helps to put forward the destination. This is ISO, yeah, 50001 is another one. This is just a high level from my perspective. So we have done so far almost 100 fam trips with 522 participants, 5 exhibitions, and you name them, the biggest ones, 155 workshops, a little bit less than 2,000 sales calls, 1,700 flight hours, more or less, 8 exclusive roadshows, on-the-job training programs. It shows how dynamic we are as an authority and how we really care about the destination and the team members, actually. So this is very important. We have 17 representative offices globally, all over the world. And this is important, again, from an exposure perspective and from ease of doing business, and to, of course, present Ras Al Khaimah to the travelers. Airline connectivity is key. We have an airport in Ras Al Khaimah, it's mainly charter flights. Recently, we announced our partnership with Qatar Airways, which again elevates the destination and really allows ease. It makes the connectivity much easier. Now the airport is ongoing a major renovation, master planning, to get an executive terminal within it because of the new type of visit that we will be receiving as part of the Wynn Integrated Resort and the new developments coming to the Emirate. This is where connectivity is key. Summer campaign, so 65 tour operators participated. Sorry. Number of nights generated just by the summer campaign, almost 150,000 nights. Sorry, some issue with the click, but we're getting there. Yeah. From conferences perspective, Ras Al Khaimah is well known also for the wedding, as a wedding destination. A lot of weddings happen in Ras Al Khaimah because, so we have 64 kilometers of pristine beaches coastline, and the development, 80% is on the beachfront, 20% is on the land side, which makes it really appealing to investors from tourism hospitality perspective or from a business perspective. Few of the conferences, EWPC, Exotic Wedding Planning Conference, Arab Aviation Summit, and the upcoming one, Global Citizen Forum, that's going to happen in 2 weeks' time. And of course, we recently hosted the WMF World Mini Football Cup. Romania was the winner, and this also gave a lot of momentum. This is to show you a little bit from a roadshow perspective. This is what's going to happen in 2024, and as you see, we are actively promoting the destination. Participating exhibitions, as you can see, all over the world, Europe being key, US, and Asia. From marketing communication, very actively there from media perspective, and one of them, these are highlights about the digital communications achievements, 800 million plus social media impressions, 1.1 million visitors to our corporate website and consumer website. We have 2. And the lowest year-to-date bounce rate, visit Jebel Jais website, is our mountains website. We have the highest peak in the UAE, 1,934 meters of peak, of height. Click. Bon. Sorry, yes, it's not working. It's fine. Can you go to the next slide, please? It's okay. This was a fun one. Total views 20 million. It's not a real camel. We love animals, no problem. This is AI generated, and really it created the buzz, but we had also a lot of activists who called them whatsoever. Yeah, how come you're torturing camels? No, we're not torturing camels, but it did, actually we have the longest zip line in the world on Jebel Jais, and this created really a good buzz out of it. Next, please. These are our activities. Next. This is some media coverage, as you can see, from the biggest magazine, Forbes, Business Traveler, Elle, Vanity Fair, Economist. Next, please. Next. This was an article by Forbes, interesting one. And that's it. Thank you for listening. Before ending it, actually, to be honest, I was impressed by the kindness of people in Botswana. It's my first time in Botswana and South Africa. I'm originally Tunisian, mom French, father Tunisian. I've been in UAE for the last 10 years, more or less. Definitely the country has, Botswana has a lot of potential, that's for sure. And what we're saying is we have the right to win and the right to compete, okay? So the right to compete, you try to balance whatever you have. But the right to win, you have to focus on it, excel in it, and manage it so that at least when people think, even emotionally speaking, about Botswana, they will say, okay, I would go to Botswana for this particular thing, whatever the thing is. Plus leveraging on the diamonds economy and business and even awareness, you know. This is very important because this could lead indirectly or directly investors actually, foreign direct investments, to get Botswana on the scene. Creating packages, I think someone was mentioning, one of the panelists, is great with other countries and collaborating. Of course, Africa is Africa, South Africa, whatsoever. But again, the right to win is very important. And Botswana, I'm sure its people know exactly what is the right to win in Botswana. And if you focus on that, things would go really in the right direction, and you would elevate the country's actually appeal. On another note, when I was mentioning Earth Check, this is something also interesting. I'd be more than happy to share with the tourism board or whoever would be interested, how Botswana could get it too, because this also elevates, and from a PR perspective is key. One last thing and most important part, if we got where we are today, is because of the leadership. So His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saql al-Qasimi, who is a UAE Supreme Council member and ruler of Ras Al Khaimah, who is the chairman of our authority, and tourism is really keen to his heart, under, of course, our CEO's leadership, Rocky Phillips, believed in his people. And when you believe in the people and you got the right team around you, things can only move fast. Plus, he is a forward thinker. When we talk about bureaucracy, ease of doing business is key. So we try to cut any useless bureaucracy, because at the end, bureaucracy will not lead to prosperity, but it would lead to losing time. And when you were talking about the land that remained for 3-4 years, etc. So all of it as an ecosystem, this is what really create the dynamic and get people to Botswana. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here, and hope to see you on the right.
Thank you, Mohammed. That was great. You know, there were 3 things that really struck me about that presentation. I was really impressed with the connectivity. The social media stats were crazy. They were off the Richter scale. And also Earth Check. I didn't realize Earth Check, you could Earth Check a tourist board. I thought Earth Check was just experiences or activities and also hotels. So that's something definitely that Botswana already, I think, has the credentials for. So given that we're short on time and Ras Al Khaimah is a success story, would just perhaps one panel of expert like to comment on Ras Al Khaimah? Maybe Mr. Kabine, would you like to say a few words? What do you think is the, what struck you most about that success story, and do you think, how can it be applied here?
Thank you. Am I audible? I think what came out very clear is, for me, is the turnaround time in making and taking decisions. And I come maybe from a background of chamber, so you'll hear throughout when I speak that I've always been on the other side of the government. So my story is always trying to push government against the wall to get as much blood out of it as possible. I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong, but if, as Kim Nixon was saying, if it's going to take 2 to 3 years. In some instances, and I quoted that recently, it took one organization 10 years to get necessary government permits to implement what it needed to do. No business, because that's who I represent, can sit for that long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kavine. Did anyone else on the panel feel very strongly, or should we move on to Botswana? Yes, okay. So next up, let's hear from our very own Ketumetse Setlang, the acting CEO of Botswana Tourist Office. And Ketumetse will tell us what's the latest on the ground, what the latest initiatives are happening here. So I'm really looking forward to hearing all about this. Thank you, welcome.
While they sort themselves out, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you very much for staying on until now to listen to the presentations. Chateau. And also thank you most profoundly for being a part of this discussion. A lot has been said about Botswana as an investment destination, so I'm not going to delve much into the why, but maybe when I start, let me assure investors that are interested in Botswana and are sitting here today that all the issues that are being raised are being attended to at the very highest level. So when you think of investing in Botswana, please keep on, and please come through because we need you. There's quite a number of business opportunities that are available in Botswana, and those are highlighted there. I'll quickly just go through that which you can see on the screen in terms of the statistics, in terms of the numbers of people that we receive in Botswana as travelers. Obviously, as you know, the numbers have gone down. My colleague from Air Botswana earlier on spoke about how ravishing COVID has been on the destination, and it is true. But we are on an upward trajectory. The UNWTO forecasts that tourism will go back to the 2019 normal in 2025. We are planning to expedite that so that we don't wait for 2025. We've got people that depend on tourism, and therefore we cannot wait for 2025 to be fully operational, to be fully back in terms of our arrivals, in terms of the performance of the sector. Next slide, please. And you've heard also about who Botswana is in terms of tourism attractions. We've got a very beautiful destination in terms of landscapes, in terms of culture, in terms of lifestyle type tourism, in terms of sports-based tourism. There is just so much for one to see when one visits Botswana. And we keep diversifying the product, and our being here today is to look for opportunities that you as private sector in Botswana have to help diversify the Botswana tourism product offering. Next slide. Now, one of the opportunities, so I'm going to go straight into specific opportunities. You all have had a chance to look at the ITIC and BTO platform for the investment summit, where we have listed all the specific projects that are available for investment as opportunities, both from private sector, from communities, and those that we are trying to drive as government on behalf of communities. And one of the projects that we are working on is the Kasane-Kazungula redevelopment project. We are talking about a 14-kilometer stretch between Kasane and Kazungula, and the idea being let's clear the Chobe River front for tourism purpose. Work has already commenced in terms of relocating some of the developments that were there that we believed were not tourism savvy and are being moved elsewhere to allow tourism to take place. The 4 areas that are envisioned for this area will obviously provide opportunities for development of residential properties, spas, a hotel, a conference facility, as well as a marina, and basically just a leisure type product development. So these are opportunities that are available. You may see us to discuss these further when I step down from this podium. Next. And those areas, those circles, those red circles point to the specific points where you would find the 4 areas that I spoke about. And as you can see, all are along the Chobe River front. And that's some illustrations in terms of what our dream is about this particular place. The other opportunity available is in Gaborone at a place called Block 7, where we are looking at developments for a 5-star facility, conference facility, office space, and as well as shopping centers and a recreational park. It's right in the middle of the city. We need investors both from here and from around the world to come and help us realize this dream. The Quiz Tourism Park, somebody spoke about us diversifying into other forms of tourism without necessarily ignoring what we already have. There's this area in Kalahari called Quiz, where we are looking at developing a tourism park. And this is a project that is done for the community in the village. Earlier on, somebody spoke about sustainability, and to us, sustainability means ensuring that our people, our communities, benefit from the resources that we have in terms of tourism. And this park is one such example where land has been allocated to a community to ensure that the community, together with private sector, partner to develop, to make developments or to create a product out of this beautiful area called Quiz. We've recently started allocating land around our dams. This is where we have a partnership with the corporation that provides potable water. And there's a symbiotic relationship that we have established there to ensure that we introduce activities around dams. There's quite a number of hotel sites. Some have already been allocated, and those that have been allocated the land are around this room today and are looking for partners. So please go to the deal room to go and have discussions with them in terms of what's available for your partnership. A list of activities or developments that we envision for the place: lodges, health and beauty spas, as well as luxury accommodation. Next slide, please. There's a place not too far from Gaborone, in a place called Sasakwe. This is a very beautiful place, barren land that is waiting for somebody to go turn it around into something quite beautiful and something that is worthy of a visit. So we have got more details about this, and please see us so we have a discussion around it. But it's not too far from Gaborone. What is envisioned for this place is an eco-lodge, and also other activities like your walking safaris and all that. And the area is mentioned is not too far from Gaborone. You would obviously have seen in the portal that there's quite a long list of opportunities that have been presented by the private sector. This investment summit was about creating opportunities for a meeting between yourselves as investors and Botswana investors. So please visit this portal to see what other opportunities beyond those that I just highlighted are available from the local investor, and those that I did not possibly mention because of time, but are available for partnership with communities. We have set up a deal room where you may go and meet with investors that own land, that own properties from the areas as mentioned in the portal, where you can have a discussion and get to see what else is available. I think I needed to just do that high-level presentation in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Ketumetsi Setlang, thank you so much. That was great. It's wonderful to hear that there is so much happening and so much opportunity happening here in Botswana. And I like how there's always the thought that the people must benefit too. I think that's quite crucial. Did we need to comment on that one, or should we go on to the next? Would you like to mention something? Mr. Ratsibi, yeah.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Member Salam, for that wonderful presentation. I think for me, what is really encouraging, it's what government is really trying to do around one of the prime destination areas, Kasane Kazungula area. I think personally for me, if you had asked me 2, 3, 4 years ago, I would have told you that place is already crowded. There is no future for expansion development. And amazing how BTO working with government have been able to find opportunity to unlock that space, rearranging it and redesigning it. And I think what is key for me and important is the ability to execute around these plans that we have. Yes, they are grand, they're in place, but I think what will be more important is our ability to be able to execute, which was a discussion that we listened to earlier on. But it's quite encouraging. I think there's huge potential, great opportunity for Botswana. The right fundamentals are in place from an economic point of view, as we have discussed in the afternoon, and it's really for the investors really to take up some of these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, and similarly, the next project that we've got sounds equally as exciting as all mentioned before. It's the Discover the Galagadi Smart and Leisure City. Did I pronounce that properly? Yes. So, did I get the name of Discover the Kalagadi Smart and Leisure City Concept and Investment Opportunities. So to tell us more, please welcome Shepo Mokile, the Project's Operation Manager from Botswana Tourism Organization, and Ibrahim Ayub, the Group CEO from the ITIC and Invest Tourism Limited, and they will tell us more. I'm really looking forward to hearing about this.
Dumelang, good afternoon. What we are here today to present about is a concept that was born a few years ago, not so very long ago, about a dream that Botswana has, and this is into the transformation of the Kalahari Desert into an international recognized city that people would want to live in, would want to invest in, and a place that we can put at the center of our country that would sit on the center of SADC as the hub of what you would see as the city of tomorrow. Let me introduce my partner in crime, who is Mr. Ibrahim Ayub. I'm sure you all have met him this morning, who will take us through this very concept. For those who do not know Kalahari, Kalahari sits on the southern part of Botswana, and we know that Botswana is mainly made up of the desert. And the previous presentation that was done was telling us a story about how the desert in the UAE was transformed from what it was before to the now that it is. Mr. Ibrahim Ayub, please take us through our very own concept.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's a pleasure. Jumela, to you all. I mean, like my partner from BTO mentioned, this was a project got born, I mean, when we started talking together like 2 years ago, we were looking at the different possibilities of investment into Botswana. And we say, how do you, I mean, Botswana is 80% approximately of desert, 20% of the different towns have been developed. And we look at the positioning of Botswana itself. The clicker is, sorry, this one? Okay. So when we look at Botswana, the positioning of Botswana, oops. Okay, maybe you should. Yeah, I was saying that when you look at the positioning of Botswana, it's surrounded by 4 countries. It's in the middle, sits in the middle of the Southern African region. And Botswana is in the SADC, and the SADC is housed in Botswana. I mean, it's a market of 393 million people that you can tap in within the SADC economic bloc, right? And then we say the concept that could come is to build a city. How do you transform part of that land, of the Kalahari that sits near on the border of South Africa, which means South African can drive in, and you can have also flights. You have an airstrip in Sabon, and we thought about maybe you could have an international airport there that would serve as, develop the air connectivity of the different flights for the different countries in the region to come in. Why? We will be going, maybe next slide, please. Okay, next slide. This is just, yeah. Okay, the vision of it was between BTO and ITIC when we were discussing is to convert part of the Kalahari desert into a leisure and lifestyle city, right? And which will comprise of various investment in infrastructural development, such as setting up the whole road network. But there's a road network because you have 35 villages around. Airport, we thought about railway system, hotel development, golf resort, wilderness and luxury safari lodges, African museum, theaters, cultural centers, and art galleries, and so forth. I will drive you through the pictures to the next slide. Maybe you go to the next slide. Next slide, please. So here you see the geographical, location of the Kalahari smart city, where we could develop it within on the border of South Africa, and it's easy to drive in to South Africa or from South Africa, from Johannesburg to Kalahari, right? Next slide. So when you talk about sustainability, so it's a new city, it's a bare land, So you start and adopt easily the 17 goals of the UNWTO SDGs framework. Next slide. Oops, we are not there yet. Previous slide, yes. Okay, so when we said about the 17 SDG, sustainability SDG of UNWTO, we thought about the circular economy. I mean, the city, when we look at it, it's already having farmers, and they're already producing organic bio-agri development, and they have organic waste, and agri-food, and all that is being developed, is being produced, fruits, vegetables, and so forth. And then you have also the meat that is being produced there. So we thought about bringing that 35 villages, a community, into the project. Next slide. Next slide, please. So you will have, the land is available. So we thought about having that concept, bringing that concept, the smart and greener energy, which means a solar farm that would produce electricity not only for that region, but for Botswana, and then possibility of exporting to the neighboring region as well in South Africa, where you have a lot of load shedding as well. Next slide. So that's what I was talking about, the biofarming and agriculture, because when you build, you will build a city of that magnitude, so you will have the 35 villages, approximately 50,000 people living in there, so you bring them into the business. And you create also SMEs, you support the local community by them bringing, producing the biofarming and agriculture for the project. Next slide. So I was talking about air connectivity, because air connectivity is key for any destination to develop their tourism, and especially when you build a new city of that nature. So we thought about bringing in that concept an international airport, which is similar to what Ras Al Khaimah has developed, or maybe to a certain level of Dubai, so that you can create the whole environment for airlines to come in. Then you have the residential areas, luxury villas, apartment that you will bring in, high-end. Next slide. So hotel development, because when you will be developing a city of that nature, so we thought about bringing between 5, 10 to 20 hotels, because it's quite big. Kalagadi is big, and it's on the border of a river. You can create a lot of activities around. Next slide. Golf resort. That will bring in the lifestyle all year round. Next slide. Then you have eco-lodges, because you still have nature park, which is there, but it's compared to the Kalagadi for the South African side, which has been well developed, but the Botswana side is still need development. So we thought about bringing eco-lodges, focus on harmony with nature and so forth. Next slide. African Museum and Heritage. So if you want to bring people in that city, not only for the people from Botswana, but you want to bring people from all around Africa, you create an travel within Africa itself. And that is being facilitated actually by AFCFTA, and my friend, executive chairman from African Tourism Board, which is part of the developing the strategies of tourism for Africa with African Union, if I'm getting it right. So you're working on such type of project where you can enable intra-African travel. And we thought that African Museum and Heritage could bring all Africa together in one place. Theaters, cultural centers, art galleries, and so forth. Next slide. Schools and universities. So when you look about the tertiary education, a lot of the Africans, where they would go either to South Africa or they would go to Mauritius, because a lot of students from Africa comes to Mauritius. But Botswana could become a hub, an educational hub for that region within the SADC region. And so we could have within that city schools and universities. Next slide. Business centers. I mean, Botswana has ambition to become a MICE destination, but through this city, we believe that with the airport, that is going to create the air connectivity that will attract other airlines to come. So you can have business centers, convention centers, hotels, and so forth that are going to be developed. So that will attract other events to come to Botswana. Next slide. Next slide, please. So theme parks, tourism attractions would be a part of the project development. Next slide. Hospital and wellness center. Next slide. Casinos. We heard about, Rachel came about the WIN project. This could become a center for casino and entertainment and so forth within that region. Next slide. Recreational and entertainment complex. Next slide. Sports complex. So this is going to be, we thought about having a fully fledged sport complex developed. So when we talk, it's at international level, because you want to have international teams from Europe to come and train in Botswana, or you can host international tournaments. It could be soccer, it could be hockey, it could be tennis tournament, it could be also, international swimming competition and so forth, and for others, for the region to come and train in Kalagadi. Then we have the greenhouse, sanctuary, and restaurant for within that lifestyle city. Next slide. Underwater world, skating rink, lake and musical fountain. Next slide. Botanical garden, youth center. Next slide. Community library, because we also think that it could be a place where wealthy people from around the world, or from South Africa, or within the region, could come and retire in Botswana. So you create the environment for them as well. Next slide. Okay, this slide we have thought on just to show the concept of the financing, is how it's going to be structured. It's a PPP project between BTO and ITIC. We come with a concept, we come with a product, and then what we will do is to look at how we get it financed. So we are not going to talk more in detail in it today, but it's just to give you an idea of the structure that we want to put in place. With the Botswana Tourism Development Fund, there's a feasibility. Of course, this is a concept, this is a dream, like my friend has said, my partner has said, but then it's all going to be about that feasibility that is going to be undertaken. We have been in negotiation with a finance company that is looking into it to do that feasibility. And then once that feasibility is done, we are going to come up with that project more in detail about the financing aspect of it, the Botswana Tourism Development Fund and all the different SPVs that are going to be set up, established, and then the types of partners that we are going to bring. I won't mention names, but we have been talking with different hotel groups, airlines that are looking at this concept, that is interested to look at the development, to hear about the next step of the development once the feasibility has been done, and then we will continue the way forward in it. Thank you so much. Seppo, you would like to add something?
Just one last item is that every city that has gone through this transformation, it didn't just happen by accident. It started with a concept like the one we are dreaming about, the one we are thinking about. And the reason why we are reiterating that we intend to actually undertake a feasibility is that we have a strong belief that we can see this through all the way and not just it to remain as a concept. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Seppo and Ibrahim. That was really exciting. I think the Kalagadi sounds like the place, it could be the new place to be, right? I'm interested to hear from Ms. Chalisa, from a Stanbic Bank point of view. What do you think about this as a potential investment, and also something that, would you like to see this in your country?
Thank you. Definitely. I'm hoping it's not something that will remain as a dream. I mean, we saw from the previous presentation that it can be done. I think as a Botswana, the only reservation that I have is in times past, big projects like this, they start well, but the implementation, you know, when he was speaking to universities, for example, we already have a few universities here, but to get the pull from students from outside the country, we haven't managed to do it with the ones that we have. We have different golf resorts, but they haven't pulled the people that we want. So for me, what would be interesting is to know what will they do different. We've had different universities come and they're still not pulling international students. We have different golf resorts and golfing places, but they're not pulling the people that we want. What will be so different? Why couldn't a place like Maung become a city like that? And understanding that, for me, is the beginning for an investor to come in. What didn't work? And what are you going to do so differently to ensure that it becomes the city that you speak of?
Okay, well, I think they're very valid points. Maybe we should get Will Smith to come play golf and teach his film school at these universities. Okay, so the fourth section is we're going to get down to an investor who is a potential entrepreneur looking for investment, and it is, well, I would like to welcome to the stage Ashfaq Poland, the director of La Vallée des Couleurs in Mauritius. And this sounds very exciting indeed as well. Welcome. Thank
you. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel deeply honored to be here for the first Tourism Investment Summit in Botswana. And before I start, I would like to show you a small video of a project that has been brought to life in Mauritius. And we have in mind to bring this project to Botswana to enhance the adventure tourism side of Botswana with the help of the government and the different stakeholders. So, let us please have a look at the video.
Nature is still. Nature is lifeless. Nature is never in a hurry. Yet, everything gets accomplished. Nature has its imperfections, yet everything is perfectly as it should be. Nature is always the same, yet ever-changing. Nature is patient, and nature is unpredictable. Nature is wild and untamed. Nature is art, music, poetry. Nature cares, soothes, and heals. Nature is a mother. Nature sings and smiles. Nature is part of us. Marvel you, it's in our nature.
Thank you for your attention. So I am thrilled to share the remarkable journey of La Vallée des Couleurs Nature and Adventure Park with you. Our story is one of innovation, sustainability, and limitless possibilities in the world of tourism. Let me begin by engaging you with a thought. What if I told you that a unique investment opportunity awaits? One that combines the allure of nature and adventure with the promise of substantial returns. Today, we are not just presenting a success story. We are offering you a chance to be part of an exciting venture that merges passion and profit. From its inception, La Vallée des Couleurs has embodied a vision that resonates with the very essence of nature and adventure, a vision of harmonizing the two in a sustainable and immersive manner. This philosophy has transformed our park into a destination that captivates the hearts and minds of all who visit. Over the years, our park has evolved, introducing thrilling experiences like quad biking, the iconic Bigarad restaurant, the longest zipline of the Indian Ocean. At each step, innovation and an unwavering commitment to delivering unforgettable moments have been our guiding lights. Today, what began as a dream in Mauritius is expanding into an international brand, aiming to manage multiple parks across Africa and the Middle East, and hopefully Botswana. Our vision for 2028 stands as a testament to our unrelenting pursuit of excellence, boundless passion, and unwavering dedication, a vision we invite you to be part of. But what truly sets us apart is our steadfast commitment to preserving our natural resources. Our conservation efforts have borne fruit in the lush landscapes and thriving wildlife that envelop our park. We are not merely a destination. We have become a sanctuary of education and conservation. We join hands with local organizations to protect and nurture the environment, making a profound impact and raising awareness for generations to come. As we stand on the brink of the future, La Vallée des Couleurs is in the final stages of rebranding and master planning. To this effect, we are collaborating with the world's best to elevate our capabilities in adventure park development. We are excited yet meticulous in our approach as we seek new opportunities to expand our horizons. Our culture and values form the bedrock of our success. Inclusivity, open communication, collaboration, and a healthy work-life balance are our guiding principles. We champion sustainability in everything we do and actively seek opportunities to give back to our community. As founders, we take immense pride in our achievements and are profoundly grateful for the opportunity to create something extraordinary. We found inspiration, impact our park has on the environment and the communities we touch. With an unwavering commitment to pushing boundaries, exploring new frontiers, and preserving our leadership in the nature and adventure tourism industry, we look forward to the future with excitement. As we seek the right expansion opportunity to share our industry expertise, we embrace the beauty of nature and we eagerly anticipate the adventures that lie ahead. In conclusion, we stand at the threshold of a new international adventure driven by our passion to create, our unwavering commitment to sustainability, and our vision to inspire. Thank you all for your attention, and let us embark on this extraordinary adventure together, a journey where innovation meets sustainability and excellence knows no bounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashfaq. Please stay there. You have to answer some questions. You're in the hot seat now, aren't you? I love how that your presentation included adventure and ecotourism, and I've always wanted to try riding that bike on the high wire. But anyway, I'm interested to hear what the panel of experts have to say. Paul Hoskins, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. tried and tested formula and very popular in Mauritius, not only in the domestic market, but also with international visitors, as I understand. I'm interested to know what sort of area of land you would require for such a venture and the type of costs involved in establishing a park of this nature. And would it involve, for example, would it be close to a built-up area where you already have hotels and a resident population, or would you be looking to develop hotels and bungalows and this type of thing as part of the project?
Thank you for your question. So to answer the first one, the topography of the area needs to be mountainous because of the zip lines and the different activities like the Nepalese bridge, the bicycle zip lines, and these activities require a certain topography that is mountainous and with a certain height. And secondly, a project of this type would require around 2 years of implementation, so to be able to realize it. Given the expertise we have in the industry and the experience we have gathered from the last 25 years, it is easy for us to come in Botswana and implement this type of project in only 2 years, and based on the experience we have acquired from the last 25 years. And a project of this type would typically cost around, let's say, $5 to $10 million, if that answers your questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, Mr. Kabine. You look very eager to ask a question. Actually,
Yes.
all the panelists do. They all look very excited.
Well, I don't think I'm asking a question. I'm very excited about your project because I think it makes a whole lot of sense. But maybe one very broad question. 99% of the time when we come up with a project like this, there's this magic three-lettered thing called triple P, public, private sector, and my view, my past experience, the 1P tends to drag things down. Can you undertake this purely as a private sector without having to necessarily wait for public to come on board? Because for me, if it's an initiative by the private sector and the public sector's role being to give the permissions, not any form of investment, it's a project that is doable. So how did you carry it out in Mauritius, and what would be your requirements for a project like this to work in Botswana?
So the park that I just showed you, the project that has come to life in Mauritius is privately owned. And we have the support of the government when it comes to permit and in developing new activities and other attractions for the tourism industry in Mauritius. What basically we would need here is the support of the government, the Ministry of Tourism, and also a big help in terms of permit and a lease for the land that we would need to implement this type of activity here.
Thank you so much. Have we got time for 2 more questions? One from each. Do we have time? Not really. Oh, sorry. Okay. Do you feel like you've been in the dragon's den? Do you feel...
No, it's fine. It's
Under pressure? You answered very well. I thought that was good, and there was some positive feedback there as well. So thank you very much. Perhaps you can ask your questions afterwards. I'm sorry, we're out of time. And of course, we would have loved to have had questions from the audience as well, but sorry about that. So thank you so much. Really
thank you very
interesting
much,
presentations. And we'll be back with 2 more of these sessions tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much, panel of experts.
Another round of applause for Carmen and your team of experts and the different pitches. I'm going to move straight into it and call to the podium Jacinta Kiruti, CEO, International Trade, Regional and Continental Integration, Implementation of the CTFA or CFTA, to come and moderate on the topic that is empowering women in the tourism industry. And I think it's only fair that I could say the panelists, they know themselves, could also join in on stage so as to appreciate time, since the time has since decided to leave us behind. With a round of applause as the moderator comes and joins me on the stage, as well as the panelists. You'd like to call them, or she would like to call them? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. All right. Is it on? Do you want me to use this? Do I use this or use this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know this is the graveyard shift, but it is also the best shift, and I'll tell you why. Because the ladies are the ones in the panel. They are the ones bringing this session home. So please, ladies, will you indulge me and stand up from wherever it is that you're seated? Please stand up, ladies, wherever you are. If you consider yourself a lady, please stand up. Now, I will ask a very, please don't be seated. What is unique about Botswana, ladies? What is unique to you about Botswana? Nobody? Anybody? Yes. The customer service, somebody else? Or maybe there's a gentleman that wants to answer because the ladies may not remember. The people, somebody else. Yes. The cultural diversity, somebody else. Yes. The energy, just one more person before I give you what I think is so unique about Botswana and women. Somebody, what's that? The empowerment of women. We're using these soft terms. But ladies and gentlemen, we're in the country that has the best diamonds in the world. True? Ladies, diamonds are a girl's best friend, aren't they? And we're in the country that produces the best diamonds in the world. True? So please be seated. Thank you. Now, this particular panel will be looking at the empowerment of women in the tourism industry, and specifically raising capital for women entrepreneurs. So I would like to invite my panelists one by one, and my first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, embodies all things tourism. She has spent the last 26 years in this specific industry. She has provided strategic transformation leadership to every board position she has taken up. Her current role entails the impressive overseeing of 460 companies, which make up the entire hospitality and tourism subsector in Botswana. That includes camps, lodges, hotels, tour operators, airline charters, and services. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us put a face to the name of the lady who is currently overseeing all things in the private sector in the tourism space in Botswana, Madam Lily Rokarong. Thank you. Please be seated. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, Lily is the CEO of HATAB, which is the Hospitality Tourism Association of Botswana. Our second panelist is a former banker with both Citi and Standard Chartered in Bangladesh. She has spent the bulk of her career working in different capacities in the form of product development and relationship management. And she has led the investment and intermediaries for capital market and infrastructure business whilst at Standard Chartered. She has a rich background in banking, and she is currently responsible for implementing the IFC's country strategy in Botswana, and she has just relocated into the country. So she's still settling in because she's only been here for 7 months. But I hope her experience in the country is pleasurable so far. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the financially focused Nuzhat Anwar. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, my third panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is joining us virtually. Did you know that there is a World Tour and Tourism Council? You do know. Somebody in the audience knows. You do know. How many else? Who else knows that there is a WTTC? There you go, there you go. Better than? It happened in Rwanda. Okay, fine, fair enough, that's good. Now, it represents, the WTTC represents the travel and tourism sector globally. Our next speaker wasn't first in the tourism sector. Interestingly, she's an electrical and mechanical engineer. And after joining the travel and tourism industry 25 years ago, she has risen through the ranks and is now the engagement and projects director, membership and commercial within this very prestigious organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the ever-smiling Marcelia Lizaraga, and she's online, right there. Thank you for joining us, Lizaria, Marcella. And fourthly, our next panelist has over 10 years' experience in structuring and leading investment proposals in the tourism sector in South Africa. She's also a director in a clean tech-driven innovation company. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Katlego Mafatlele, who is a senior deal maker for the Tourism Industrial Development Corporation in South Africa. Thank you. Okay. And our fifth panelist has a passion for the community and uses her platform to make a positive impact in Botswana through education, economic development, and social justice. She's currently the founder and managing director of a series of guest houses called Comfort Place. She's actually a trained mathematician, and she has 10 years' experience in the tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Anisia Mbaga. Thank you for coming. All right. And last but not least, and joining us from Jordan, again virtually. When we connected with her yesterday, she was on the way to the airport, which depicts her very busy schedule. She's a consultant to governments, NGOs, and the private sector in the space of sustainable tourism. She uses tourism as a tool for economic development by coming up with new models of community-based tourism, revitalizing secondary tourism destinations in 9 countries. She works with women in rural areas, resulting in the creation of thousands of jobs and restoring dignity to marginalized community. Please join me in welcoming the founding CEO of Baraka, right from Jordan, please. Muna Haddad. So ladies, welcome. Finally, it's our moment. This is the women's panel. This is our moment. This is where we get to inform the public and the global community what our wishes are, what our needs are as women. And I will start by this conversation with asking Lily, what actions the government of Botswana has taken to attain gender equality in the tourism sector?
Thank you very much, Jacinta. But before maybe I speak to what government has put in place to accelerate a participation of women in the tourism industry, I could first give a synopsis of where we sit currently in Botswana. According to the TSA, the Tourism Satellite Account report of 2019, estimates indicate that out of the over 700,000 people employed in Botswana, tourism represent 58,420 of those jobs, of which is 7.9%. But going further to that, still according to the statistics report of 2019 from the Department of Tourism on accommodation facilities, it indicates that 60% of the workforce in tourism is women, only 40% is men. So in terms of Botswana, where women sit, we are at 60%. However, we still need to drill down those figures and be able to understand at what level do women sit within this industry, of which we are not yet there. But I must further say that from our membership within HATAB, indications are already showing that women are continuously taking up spaces at the high level, especially in the hospitality and tourism sector. Going into what government has done in ensuring that women play a meaningful role, Botswana has strengthened the institutional and policy frameworks and which help do that. For example, the National Policy on Gender and Development of 2015 and its National Operational Plan of 2018. Further to that, the National Development Plan 11, which include gender mainstreaming and the prevention of gender-based violence. And then the National Vision 2036, which recognizes gender equality as a key element to human social development. But also the affirmative action policy on remote area communities which was done in 2012, which provides poverty eradication alternative packages whose beneficiaries are mostly women. Is it sufficient? No. Can we improve on it? Yes, we believe we can improve on it. But of course, there are many other instruments that are geared towards supporting women participation in the tourism space. There could be other forums that could facilitate women, because when you look at women participation, it's in four folds. One, it's at ownership, whereby it's 100% ownership. Second is at shareholding. Thirdly is at joint venture. Fourthly, it's at employment level, of which we also need to look at it at the different structures. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily, for that very comprehensive overview. Now, I will reach out to Marcella. Marcella, what do you think we should do, or what the WTTC, what actions can they take to accelerate women empowerment in Botswana, which is also based on your experience in other countries?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you so much for giving WTTC the opportunity to be represented in this very, very important summit. So within the context of addressing the spectrum of challenges and opportunities in empower women within the tourism industry, I would like to highlight 5 key areas that need to be considered. First of them is capital investment, and this is going to be needed to increase the funding opportunities and investment programs specifically tailored for women entrepreneurs to stimulate their participation and success in the industry. The second area is a supportive ecosystem from all perspectives, which fosters women's work environment, entrepreneurship, and also leadership. The third area that WTTC sees as a key area is providing easy access to education and specialized training program to empower women with the skills required for leadership roles and also higher paying positions. The fourth area is implementing target financial vehicles such as scholarships, grants, or venture capital funds exclusive for women entrepreneurs to mitigate the financial hurdles. And last but not least, promoting and implementing a robust and diverse and inclusive practices within the tourism business that can create an inclusive environment where women have the equal opportunities for growth and advance. These steps represent pivotal aspects in the pursuit of gender equality and for the empowerment of women within the travel sector, and addressing barriers and paving the way for enhanced opportunities and fairer representation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcela, for those remarks. Now, I will look at an entrepreneur and her journey. What barriers did you face when you started up your enterprise, and how did you overcome those barriers, Ms. Anicia?
Good day, everyone. My name is Anisha Mbanga from Comfort Palace Guest House. I have 2 guest houses in Botswana, one in Francistown and another one in Kazungula Kasani, which is a tourist attraction place. I am one of the most happiest Botswana women who have been helped by the help of SIDA by funding, and I had an opportunity as a Botswana lady to be funded by SIDA. Now, what I'm going to say today is my whole journey from the beginning to where I am. Like she has already said, I'm a teacher by profession. But when Botswana started funding through the help of SIDA, I decided that I am going to be one of the few Botswana who was going to stand up, leave my job, and start a business. One thing that I have learned and I have gone through is that I realized that for one to run any business or for one to be successful in everything in life, there is need for passion, there is need for determination, and there is need for focus. These are the things that has carried me to start from nothing to where I am at the moment. So the challenges that I met as a Botswana woman in tourism business, number one that we are facing is though SIDA is funding us and giving us money to build our facilities. We've got one of the most beautiful facilities that can match world class. But it is only that our facilities are just what I can call a building. But when it comes to business, we have no business. We don't have much business as, I'm talking on behalf of all the other Botswana who are running business like me. Botswana have been funded to build beautiful facilities. But now one thing that is lacking is training, capacity building. Those are the things that are needed. I can be having the most beautiful guest house that has been funded by SIDA. But unless SIDA takes this opportunity of saying, I am going to train you, I am going to make sure that you are going through all the trade fairs. Number one issue that I don't want to forget is that even if SIDA can fund me and give me money to build the product, and maybe furnish my facility. One challenge that I have realized that is faced by all women in tourism, especially in small facilities like mine, is that the facility will be there. But when it comes to SIDA having to cover money for training, money for trade fairs, we wish to go for international trade fairs, but the facility will be there, completed, but no training and no capacity building. So the main thing that we are facing is that we've got buildings, but we need training, we need capacity building. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think she's articulated that very well, that the funding for the facades exists. But those facades cannot run by themselves. They need to be occupied by fully trained personnel. And what she feels is lacking from her space is capacity building. So thank you very much, Anicia. Now, Katlego, because you're in the deal-making space, can you reiterate on that and also give us just a bit of a background of what it is that you do?
Sure.
Yes.
And good afternoon. Thanks, Jacinta.
Yeah.
I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa. We are a development finance institution that is state-owned, owned by the government of South Africa. And we're a specialist funder in various industries, including the tourism industry. I sit in the unit that specializes in funding the tourism sector, as well as other sectors that we look into. So as a deal maker, I analyze and build up the investment opportunity that is going to be presented at an investment committee. So in short, that's what we do. And yes, in terms of the aspect that Anisha was talking about in terms of women funding, and by illustration, I'll just maybe paint the picture in the South African context. We are particularly concerned about ownership when it comes to women empowerment, because we found that that is a hard nut to crack. So in the way that we fund, we incentivize opportunities that are presented to have an element of woman ownership. And this is very much linked to the policy from the South African government perspective, where the tourism charter, there's a tourism charter that speaks to, BEE, and how to comply with it. And it requires that a minimum 30% shareholding should be from Black entrepreneurs, and minimum 15% should be from Black women entrepreneurs. So we want to align with that policy in the way that we fund. And how we align is that we give concessionary interest rates where there's that element. And what we're very concerned about is that when projects are presented to us, they shouldn't be just a, if I can, for lack of a better word, call it window dressing, that, a consortium has put together, shareholding, including a woman, so that they can get the concessionary funding. But we want to see that it's authentic, it's genuine. So we want to see the operational involvement where it's reasonably applicable, and we want to see that there's skills transfer over certain, milestones. Right. And to the extent, again within reason, that those milestones are not achieved, then we actually say the concessionary rating actually is taken off. And we've seen that actually bear fruit in the way that we fund, where, yes, initially we would get, those funding proposals where they would include women funding, women ownership as part of the consortium for the concessionary rating. But because we are very much focused in terms of measuring, the authentic empowerment of that particular woman, we've seen situations where those particular women are able to come back to the IDC after actually having had the skills transfer and actually presenting themselves anew and by themselves for their own opportunities to be invested, because they've actually had the benefit of the skills transfer from the first deal. So we're very much focused and concerned about ownership from a funding perspective, and that's how we, seek to influence the women empowerment agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've talked about ownership. Ownership is very important for women to be able to access the funding that they're looking for. From the audience, how many women have their own businesses, especially in the tourism space? From the audience, can I see by a show of hands? Yeah? Okay, that's quite a number of them. How many of you are having difficulties accessing finance? All the women, even those that don't have businesses, right? So long as you're a woman, you have a problem coming across financing, true or false? So ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you to see the lady from IDC, and perhaps she can guide you as to how you should access your financing. Now, so thank you very much, Katlego. Muna, let me reach out to you in Jordan. What has your experience been as you were setting up your social enterprise, and also as far as accessing funding is concerned?
Yeah, well, that was a funny story. I still hold my bank accountable to it. I remember that I had a big contract, and they asked me to come in. I was asking for banking facilities, and they asked me to bring my father to co-sign for the facilities. So I still hold them accountable to that. But I mean, there are opportunities, and I think it's very similar to Botswana in that there are many opportunities through donor funding and some support programs that are very much geared towards supporting women in financing their projects. And we also finance women-run community projects. I think my biggest lesson learned here is that it is not enough to just provide the financing. Our experience has been that it is important to have an end-to-end service for women working in tourism businesses, specifically in rural areas and secondary tourism sites. It is not enough to just support the woman to open a business. You need to help her also in accessing the market. And there are so many lessons to be learned along the way. So we've seen that an incubator modality makes a lot more sense and has a lot more success rate when you step in and support women-run businesses from the beginning, all through the operation as well. And then the needs change along the way. And my colleague was just talking about capacity building. I think capacity needs change along the way as well. A lot of our partners, we have 153 people that we've supported their projects, 68% of them women-run businesses in rural areas and secondary tourism sites. And I think our biggest observation is that during the different cycles of the business, the needs change. In the beginning, it's how to put together a pitch for the banking, for the facilities, for the financing. And then the other piece after that is more on the operational front, on the management of a team front, how to support women in managing teams, in structuring their businesses. And then as the business gets on its feet, to grow it and take it through these milestones of growth. The needs very much evolve over time, and acknowledging and knowing this, I think, is critical in looking at supporting women-run businesses.
Thank you very much. It sounds, I like what you've just alluded to, that a woman needs support every step of the way. Doesn't that sound like motherhood? That it doesn't come with a manual, but a woman needs support. From the time that the baby is small, she needs support along the way. So I think that is very profound, that don't just let her have the baby, then guide her through the steps of parenting that business until that business is mature. So thank you very much, Muna from Jordan. Now, Nuzat, as representative of the big money, how can you guide Botswana as a government and women in particular to access funding from your organization?
Thanks. Before I start, I think on a lighter note, I think the first thing my request would be not to have a session on women at the end of the day where nobody has any energy to do anything. Maybe if we're serious about it, we should have more focus on the beginning of the day where there is energy and there is more people. I think that's probably the start of it. Maybe. So I have, as you have heard, I came here only 7 months, but I have settled down well, as a matter of fact, from the very first day. I agree with someone who said in Botswana it's people, and I fully agree with that. Fantastic people over here, welcomes people from outside, so that's really worked. It's not about all gaps we hear. I just want to acknowledge the gender gaps that Botswana has addressed well as well compared to the sub-Saharan. Maybe not as the middle-income country, but as the neighboring countries. I think it's the notable achievement on parity in school enrollment, board intake of family planning, broad intake, high rates of female entrepreneurship, and strong leadership in public sector. But there are a couple of gaps we still see here, where I think we all can put our effort together on that. One is women's political representation in national and local government. It's extremely important to have a leadership. And we are not, Botswana is not compared to other neighboring countries. We are very low on that as yet. Of course, the access, labor force participation. Access to job is also an issue when it comes to gender. And that brings the question that you had. An interesting data, I don't know if you all are aware of it. There is a big thing in Botswana, which is gender-based violence. Reported is 38%. And if you want to translate, and I'm for financial sector, it's also have a hurdle on GDP. It's conservatively, I think that the study shows it's about 3.7%. So now you understand where we can come in. We have to address that. And how do we address that is also the human skill, development skill that we can work with the government. And that's we have started. As World Bank, we have started our new country partnership framework, and that will be an important part in our conversation. On skill development, I think that's directly linked with the tourism sector. Somebody said service. I may not fully agree with you on that. I have traveled in Botswana, within Botswana. I think we need a lot of skill development here. And Lily is nodding, so she also agrees with me on this, I think. We do need that, but there's nothing wrong in it. I think it's important from our institutions. We not only funding, of course, funding is an issue where we can work together. Maybe we will not be able to do directly fund on very small, entrepreneurs, but we do that through our financial partners and through fund. And we would continue to do that. As you have heard today in the morning, we are part of the bigger fund in Africa where Botswana is part of it as well. So we are doing it. And the way we want to work with the government is more, on the policy making, on skill development, on, how we can reduce on the violence. And because violence is restraining a lot of women then coming to, proper education and then to the labor force. And also there is a gap on pay, I think women are paid 81% men on the same job, so that's also an area that we would work with them. And also we have seen the education in the enrollment is much higher. In the secondary, women are much higher, which is a great story. But then there is a huge fallout in the labor market. Then the women are lost. I think that's where the gender violence and all this comes in. So we would be happy to work with the government on those sectors where we think we can bring value on working with them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think, Muna, I think you've covered that adequately, but just from the top of my head, I know you're new in the country and you've probably not grasped the full perspective, but how many women have actually applied for these facilities from where you're sitting in Botswana, on average? Muna?
Sorry.
Yes.
Can you repeat
Nuzat,
it?
sorry, I was asking how many women have actually applied for your facilities in the country?
So that's,
Yes.
that's
Sorry.
so in last 7 months,
Yes, at least
I have sat with 14 or 15
projects?
projects coming in. I would say not full-fledged projects. People came in for help. For various reasons, I think it's not a bankable project to finance. Different reasons. One was they just thought about it and just came and wanted to talk about it. So the financing will not happen like that. Second, they have a plan, but they don't have team who can deliver that. So the numbers and the projects is not there. Third reason is there is not enough data where you can make the project viable. So I think this would be broad 3: skill, development of project, and then data.
Okay.
These are the 3 I think I have seen that more or less when people come, there is a real gap.
Okay, all right. So there's a gap that needs to be addressed on how women actually approach potential funders in that space. There's a huge gap there. So thank you very much, Nuzat. And just before we wind up, Lily, you have the figures at the top of your mind. Out of the 460 institutions that you supervise, how many are owned by women? On average, you don't need to give us specific figures.
It's a very small number.
Right.
It's a very small number in terms of ownership. Women are still sitting at a very low level.
It's a very low number, okay. Our government officials are tapping into that. And I believe that this forum will perhaps now help women understand that there is a gap for you. There is an opportunity for you to tap into these spaces and invest and also participate in the tourism sector. Now, let us look for tangible takeaways. I have noticed that throughout our discussions in the morning, there is a very big percentage of persons that was left out. And that percentage are the youth. Nobody seems to have addressed anything to do with the youth. Yet, we're in the continent that is the youngest on the planet. Africa has the youngest population and fastest growing population in the world. And I have felt that that has been left out. Now, I support the AFCFTA programs, and there is a protocol for women and youth. So I feel that that is a gap that can be tapped into. What is it that we are giving our young people so that they can participate in a space like this? So perhaps Botswana can be one of the countries at the forefront that carves out a niche for the youth to participate in. So perhaps that can be one of the big takeaways, that the youth need to be incorporated in a lot of these programs that we're talking about. Now, that is just from my perspective. From my ladies in the panel, Katlego, what do you feel should be a big takeaway from this conversation?
Can you hear me? Yes. And before I get to that, Jacinta, I just wanted to mention, I don't think I did, that the IDC also funds in the continent. I think I was just very much focused in the South African context. But we do fund in the entire continent, essentially. Okay. So I think that's important to know. And I think my biggest takeaway is really that there needs to be intentional strategies around women's participation in as far as ownership is concerned. As Lily has just painted the picture around, the ownership by women. And it starts from policy, and if it starts from policy, then funding can actually follow through, just like how I've illustrated it works in our space. Right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anicia, what do you feel we can give the audience from your experience?
Before I can summarize, You know, I think I had a serious stage fright at the beginning and I missed out some points. But now I want to elaborate on some issues. Our government is always promising that they will support small businesses like ours. We have a situation whereby us as small operators, guest houses, we wish government employees should come and lodge at our facilities. But we find out that whenever there is whether traveling of this kind or gatherings of this kind, only big facilities are considered. We realize that us as small businesses, we suffer because government has not put up a deliberate policy that they are going to support us as small business people. We have long cried as small businesses and small guest houses that we want our government to put up a policy of a standing of a or what you call a local podium, so that people can be given their money instead of an imprest, so that they can decide to where they want to go and lodge. But if you give them imprest, they will rather go and sleep at Grand Palm, because they know that that money, if they don't use, they are going to return back to the government. But us as small businesses, we are appealing to government. You keep on promising us that you will support us. We need a support that is practical. Thank you.
Okay.
And the other thing is, when it comes to financing, I cannot be financed. I'm sorry, I'm going to say the reality that I am feeling as a business person. We cannot be financed partially. For example, I will be given, let's say I approach CEDA. I want 5 million pula so that I can upgrade my guest house. They will look at it and feel that maybe I will fail to return it. What do? They give me little money. I am forced to take it because I want to expand. Then when I take this money, I'm going to build, yes, the structure will be finished, but things like furniture, like linen, you realize that me as a guest house or a smaller facility, I cannot even afford a 200 thread count bed linen. Then what happens? I try to market myself internationally. Guests, they come in and they feel that the facility and the building is great, but it's like you are lacking something. It's like you cannot, it's like your product is not compact. Your product is not complete. So I am urging our government, if you want to fund me, make sure that you fund me until you see that I get the right market. You fund me even for you.
She's speaking to somebody.
Fund me that you make sure that I attend the Indaba conference. You don't tell me. I don't want, the government doesn't have to tell me. Like CEDA, you don't tell me you are going to fund me until my project is complete. It is complete. I am a young or a small business woman. It is complete. Yes, you've done a beautiful thing for me. Thank you for to my beautiful government, my wonderful government. You have given me a product, but this product is not complete until the customer enters my room.
That is the CEO of Comfort Place.
So the issue of land ownership. In the past, I'm sorry, I need to cover this. I was scared at the beginning, but let me say my point.
I will have to cut you shortly.
So
2 minutes, Anicia, yes.
Traditionally, women were disadvantaged as far as land ownership. But my beautiful government, nowadays, the land is open. We are given land. But one thing that I have realized, this land is coming in the form of tenders. Recently, I was one of the women who was blessed to get a big chunk of land in Chobe, where I want to put up a cultural village. But one thing I have realized that, is that though the land, I managed to win the tender and get the land, not everyone was going to win that tender, because the kind of questioning that is asked, you need to have the passion like me of tourism, you need to have the passion of land management, environmental impact, you need to have issues of conservation, which I had and I managed to win. So I am appealing to the land board and the government that whenever you want to empower these women, please make sure that you push them, you train them, let them know the government policies. I have a lot to say, but unfortunately, I had a phrase that at the beginning I couldn't say what I wanted to say. Now,
that is it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anicia. So ladies and gentlemen, she's extremely passionate about her business. She is speaking as a practitioner, somebody who is on the ground and who is running with all the challenges that have been heaped on her, but she knows that there is a way forward. So for everybody that is cheering up her up here, I would suggest that you see her after this and please book a room at the Comfort Palace, kindly. And now, from a global perspective, Marcella, please give us your takeaways and tell us what you feel this forum should wind up with. Thank you.
Yes, so first of all, we need to continue to highlight the importance of traveling tourism, considering that in Botswana, 1 of every 10 jobs is thanks to travel and tourism. And not only that, but in Botswana, 51% of the representation is by women. But these numbers won't mean anything unless we have a support system behind it in order to not only foster the capital investment, but also the ecosystem that will continue to support, and including, based on the conversations that we heard, passion is very important, extremely important, but also it's necessary to have a mentorship program behind it to make sure that it goes from the very start until the successful of the women's entrepreneurship.
Much, Marcella, and thank you very much for joining us all the way from the UK. Now, let me ask Nuzat, perhaps you could tell us what your key takeaways are?
Thanks. So for me, I think what we can offer is how much, the Botswana wants to take. So it's important that, for me, I'm happy to, assist in any way we can, but it's also important that Botswana needs to decide how much they want to take.
Okay, so Botswana, the ball is on your court. How much do you want to take? From what I'm reading, I think you have an open checkbook right there in the form of Nuzat. So please see her after this. Muna, from Jordan, what are your key takeaways for us?
I think the key takeaway is when we're talking about women empowerment, to fully understand that women are powerful already, and we need to hyper-localize what power looks like. Power looks very different in different places. What does power look like for a woman from Botswana? And to really draw that line from working with a lot of foreign entities, and draw that line and say, no, this is our local context. This is what works. And I think that would be my key takeaway. Power looks different in different places. So here's to the women of Botswana who are leading, and to really acknowledge and know that we see you, we hear you, your power looks very different than any other place, and own that and make your success look the way you look and sound the way you sound.
I think is profound. And last but not least, Lily, you started us off. What are your key takeaways?
For me, my takeaway is that Botswana tourism is still a very young industry, oozing with opportunities for development. And the women already have demonstrated that they want to play in this space, as Mambanga has already showed us. We just need to provide a conducive environment for them to be able to do so. And we already have development partners who are willing for us to bite as much as our mouth can take. So indeed.
Yes, absolutely. So I think the ball is in our court now, as members of the audience, as the community within this country, but also for any woman entrepreneur that wants to get into this space, that you have to have a tangible project, you have to have something that is viable, and then there is the element of ownership that should ride along with your request. So with that in mind, I feel that we have exhausted this conversation because of the time that we had. And I'd love to thank my panelists for bringing it home only the way a woman can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your diamonds. These ladies here and all the ladies that joined us virtually, these are your diamonds. Thank you very much. And please join us for a group photograph. A group photo.
You know, besides gender equality being a human right, women empowerment is essential for economic prosperity. So please, a round of applause to the ladies as they closed today's session. A special thanks to each and every person that had a presentation today, from His Honor the Vice President, Minister Kiring, as well as all you experts who had to share the podium with ourselves. A special thanks to Giselle. She did an amazing job starting the first session of the first day. And be on the lookout. Tomorrow is also another fully loaded day that you should not miss. It will be hosted by none other than Penya Moroka. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joy Mutibi. Good evening. Have a great one. Oh, just feel free to network, because there's so much that we may have needed to ask that we didn't have the opportunity because of the whole time factor. Also, you can ask me, how brilliant am I? Oh, yes, thank you so very much. Yes, and there is a meeting that will be happening between tourism project developers as well as investors in the Okavango room at the Grand Palm Hotel. With that, thank you so much.